Chapter 2160. Miscalculating and Stumbling? Chapter 2160. Miscalculating and Stumbling? Dragon Sun Yi, although your status is N. O Bli, Ao Su is my purple dragon stronghold's heavenly emperor. His status is N. O Bli and can't be easily insulted. Saying this sort of words, you have to take out hard evidence. The Dragon Lord, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance made him rather surprised. Being able to escape from under the hands of Bandit Shao with this bit of strength, got to admit, Yi Yuan's strength was pretty good. Of course, it was likely more to do with luck. Long Shao, this group of people, all of them were cunning like foxes, coming and going without a trace. Furthermore, their methods were extremely vicious, and there had never been survivors. Even the sons of the heavenly dragon that died under their hands were quite a few too. They did not expect that this time, this son of the heavenly dragon actually escaped. Yi Yuan looked at Ao Su and said smilingly, "You seem to be very proud of yourself. Do you feel that I can't do anything to you?" Ao Su snorted coldly and said, "Dragon Sun Yi, this emperor calls you Dragon Sun out of respect to the heavenly dragon mountain. But you slandered this emperor won't willingly take things lying down either. Heavenly emperors can't be slandered." Ao Su said it righteously as if the villain was Yi Yuan. Everyone present knew Ao Su's personality, and all felt that Yi Yuan was making trouble out of nothing. But Yi Yuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Dragon Lord Purple Dragon, I wonder what's the crime of murdering a son of the heavenly dragon?" Dragon Lord's eyes glinted and he slowly said, "Murdering a son of the heavenly dragon, one will be executed. However, the status of a heavenly emperor is transcendent. According to the rules set by Heavenly Dragon Mountain, they will be relegated to the second level of the Dragon Eye Cave." Yi Yuan's eyes glimmered. The second level of the Dragon Eye Cave, that mysterious powerhouse should have come out of there, right? But he guessed wrongly. Bai Chen did not come from the second level, but from a deeper place. Ao Su's face fell and he said, "Yi Yuan, a clay bodhisattva still has some anger. You provoke time and again, deliberately misrepresenting things. Just what intentions do you have? Do you think that with the status of a son of the heavenly dragon, you can do whatever you want?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Wow, cornered dog about to jump the wall, is it? No rush, no rush. Come, come, come. Meet an old friend." Finished talking, Yi Yuan pointed at the void. Several figures fell out. The few people had both hands behind their backs, kneeling in front of everyone, but had arrogant and unyielding faces. Seeing these few people, Ao Su's expression changed wildly. "Long Shao. It's the devil's incarnate Long Shao. He had his divine sea sealed. This isn't possible. What kind of character is the living King Yama Long Shao? How can he possibly be caught by him?" It turns out that he didn't escape from Long Zhao's hands, but he captured Long Shao. It's been so many years. Purple Dragon's stronghold has sent out how many heavenly emperors and empyreans, but failed to do anything to him. He was actually captured by a first firmament empyrean brat? The few people that fell out of the void were precisely Long Shao and the others. The powerhouses in Purple Dragon's stronghold were all shocked until it could not be Serpa. As said, Long Shao, this group of people killed people like flies, their evil doings knew no limits and had plagued Purple Dragon's stronghold for many years. In order to capture Long Shao and the rest, Purple Dragon's stronghold had expended no idea how much manpower and material resources but returned without a compli plus-ing anything. Today, this group of people was actually eradicated by the measly little Yi Yuan. How could they not be shocked? The world knew that it was extremely hard to jump realms and battle at Empyrean realm. A second firmament Empyrean versus a first firmament Empyrean was virtually getting crushed. Even if your talent was unparalleled and combat strength monstrous, and could defeat a second Firmament Empyrean as a first Firmament Empyrean, facing a third Firmament Empyrean, there were no chances of victory at all. But Long Xiao was fourth Firmament Empyrean, a middle-stage Empyrean super powerhouse. How could such a powerhouse get captured by Yi Yuan? Not greeting when you see an old friend? Yi Yuan looked at Ao Su and said with a smile that was not a smile. Ao Su's heart shook wildly. He completely never thought that Yi Yuan would capture Long Xiao and his gang. With Yi Yuan's strength, being able to escape from under Long Xiao's hands was already a stroke of luck. How could he possibly capture Long Xiao? But Yi Yuan did something that he could not imagine. Ao Su finally knew where Yi Yuan's confidence lied. However, how could he resign himself to death? What greeting! Long Xiao has done all sorts of evils and plagued a region. For Dragon Sun Yi to be able to capture him, it's the greatest good. Dragon Sun Yi, I know that you were attacked by Long Xiao without cause, so you suspect me. But I, Ao Su, A.S., assures that this is just a coincidence. Ao Su was well deserving of being a sly old fox, cutting off relations with a casual sentence. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed and he said with a smile, "Oh? Just a coincidence, huh? Long Xiao, you tell Ao Su, was this matter a coincidence or not?" Long Xiao slowly lifted his head. He grinned, the scar on his face appearing even more hideous and horrifying. Dragon Sun Yi, this matter was naturally a coincidence. What kind of status do I, Long Xiao, have? How can I possibly know an exalted heavenly emperor powerhouse? Kid, I don't know what intentions you have, but if you want to use me to malign others, it's impossible to prevail, Long Xiao said with a proud look. The moment these words came out, everyone revealed amused looks. Ao Su was even happier in his heart. It was not 1 or 2 days that he had been controlling Long Xiao, this group of people. He naturally had a score in his heart. Long Xiao was a clever person. Unless his brain was damaged, he would not betray him. Otherwise, Dragon Source Village would be completely destroyed. Yi Yuan's face changed and he said in surprise and anger, "Long Xiao, this isn't what you told me previously. You tricked me?" Long Xiao had an arrogant and unyielding look as he said with a cold smile, "What did I say to you previously? I don't know what grudge you have with this lord, but even though I, Long Xiao, have killed countless people, I've never been someone's P.A.W.N. You want to make use of me? No chance." Yi Yuan had a hesitant look and roared angrily, "Long Xiao, I'll kill you." Under his rage, Yi Yuan smacked a palm out and was about to eradicate Long Xiao. Dragon Lord lightly flicked his sleeves. A gust of strong wind blew over, directly sending Yi Yuan flying out. Dragon Sun Yi, this Long Xiao has plagued Purple Dragon's stronghold for many years. He can't die just like this. For you to be able to capture him over, this lord is very grateful. But if you want to kill him, there's no way. Come, men, detain Bandit Xiao and await sentencing. Dragon Lord said coolly. Ao Su was incomparably delighted with himself inwardly, but put on a benign appearance as he said coolly, "Dragon Sun Yi, it's all a misunderstanding between you and me. This emperor didn't take good care of you and Long Xiaochun. It was this emperor's blunder. This emperor apologizes to you. You're really hypocritical. It was clearly you who instigated them, but now you're pretending to be a good person. You're a bad guy. To think that I still trusted you so much." Long Xiaochun said in a frenzy of rage by the side. Ao Su let out a sigh and said, "Forget it. Looks like the misunderstanding towards this emperor is too big. I will take my leave." As he spoke, Ao Su's figure flashed, disappearing. Dragon Lord said coolly, "There's a sudden turn of events today in the stronghold. The matter of setting off will be delayed for 3 days. 3 days later, all of the Dragon Sons will head for Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Dragon Sun Yi, you stay in the stronghold first." No one could have thought that things would actually develop to such a step. Yi Yuan came in a threatening manner but became a joke in the end. Returning to the residence, Ao Su's gaze glinted, and he said with a cold sneer, "Brat, you're still 10,000 years too early to fight with this emperor. However, Long Shao, this group of people can't be kept anymore. Something unforeseen will eventually happen with Dragon Lord keeping them." Chapter 2161. The things that you didn't expect are too many. Chapter 2161. The things that you didn't expect are too many. Deep in the night, inside the dungeon, a faint fragrance tunneled into the noses of the guards. Thud! Thud! Very soon, they fell down one after another. A man in black entered the dungeon seemingly like a ghost. "Your Excellency!" When Long Shao saw the arrival, he had a look of wild elation, directly kneeling down. The black-clothed man nodded slowly and said coolly, "Amen, today's performance was pretty good. Indeed, you didn't disappoint this emperor." Long Shao said smugly, "Of course. That brat wanted to make use of this lowly one to deal with you, but how can this lowly one let him have his way? That brat thought himself to be clever. Wasn't he still toyed with by us?" This man in black was naturally none other than precisely Ao Su. Ao Su's brows furrowed slightly, and he asked, "What the hell? I was with you guys? With your strength, how could you be captured by that kid?" Upon saying this, Long Zhao's eyes immediately turned red, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Your Excellency, you have to take revenge for us. This kid, he is too formidable. He killed all of my brothers." Ao Su's expression changed wildly, and he said in shock and anger, "How can this be?" Long Shao practically recounted the events briefly with reddened eyes. As Ao Su listened, he was wildly shocked in his heart. He thought that he already overestimated Yi Yuan a lot, but did not think that Yi Yuan was even more monstrous than he imagined. This kind of horrifying spatial law attainments played Long Shao and the rest to death. In fact, even Long Shi, this third firmament Empyrean, died in the spatial collapse. At this moment, not only did Ao Su not regret it, he felt that his way of doing things was very correct instead. If he let this boy grow up, how would Ao Yu matter anymore? This boy is truly a troublesome fellow. Alright, I've already put down the guards. You guys can leave. After going out, disappear for 10 years. You're not allowed to appear anymore. Ao Su commanded. Long Shao nodded his head and said, "Many thanks, Your Excellency." Then that boy, Ao Su frowned and said, "Is it your turn to come and tell this emperor how to do things?" Long Shao was alarmed in his heart and repeatedly said that he dare not. But he sensed a thick, killing intent from Ao Su. Clearly, Ao Su's killing intent toward Yi Yuan grew even more. Ao Su pointed at the void, the jail door opened with a sound. Long Shao and the rest were overjoyed and gave 1,000 thanks to Ao Su. "Alright, stop wasting time. If you get discovered by someone, you guys won't be able to leave even if you wanted to anymore," Ao Su said impatiently. How could Long Shao and the rest still dare to stay? They hurriedly exited the dungeon. At the back, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Ao Su's mouth. Waving his hand, he changed to the elder's outfit that he normally wore. Long Shao and the rest had just gone out of Purple Dragon's stronghold when suddenly, flares rose from all directions at the back. Someone cried out in surprise. The few people were frightened out of their wits, hurriedly fleeing like they were flying. But right at this time, a horrifying aura came from behind. Bold Bandit Shao, to have the audacity to break out of prison and escape, deserved to be killed. This cry reverberated throughout the night. The entire Purple Dragon stronghold could hear it distinctly. The faces of Long Shao and the rest changed wildly. This voice was none other than precisely Ao Su's. At this time, how could they still not understand what happened? Ao Su was going to do away with the witnesses. Ao Su did not want to let them go at all, but wanted to give himself an excuse to kill them open and aboveboard. How powerful was the might of a heavenly emperor! When Ao Su's palm smacked over, Long Shao and the rest felt like the sky had fallen down. But just as they lost all hope, a gentle force suddenly appeared, and actually blocked this strike miraculously. Ao Su's expression changed wildly and he said in alarm and anger, "Who is it?" Several figures emerged. The person at the front was precisely Dragon Lord. Beside the Dragon Lord, Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a look of amuse. Ao Su's heart thumped. How could he still not know that he had fallen into a trap? Dragon Lord stared at Ao Su with a scorching gaze and said in a cold voice, "Ao Su, you disappoint this lord too much." Yi Yuan turned to Long Xiao and said with a smile, "How about it? I didn't lie to you guys, right? You all are merely P.A.W.N.S. of Ao Su. Now, you guys are useless already. You naturally don't need to live on this earth anymore." Long Xiao was also a fierce and ambitious person of his generation. But at this time, his eyes were full of rage. They toiled like slaves for Ao Su, living life on the edge of danger, and served for so many years. What it exchanged for was actually such an outcome. "Ao Su, it's been so many years. Even if us brothers didn't make any contributions, there's also hard work. You actually struck such a vicious blow. Brother Yi told us that you'll kill us. But I, Long Xiao, didn't believe it. I didn't expect that you really dealt the blow." Long Xiao gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. At this time, Ao Su already said the initial panic and hesitation. His face recovered composure, and he said with a faint smile, "You guys were merely a few dogs in my hands. Isn't your lives still up to my whims? Now you all are already useless. So you naturally have to die." "You!" Long Xiao also did not think that Ao Su was actually so shameless, directly admitting it. Ao Su ignored him and turned to look at Yi Yuan, saying with a smile, "I really didn't expect it. This emperor has roamed East Suppression pseudo-world unhindered for millions of years. I actually suck. You bet at the hands of a brat like you who is still wet behind his ears." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The things that you didn't expect are too many, isn't it so?" Ao Su's gaze turned cold, seemingly wanting to kill Yi Yuan. He exhausted every power of his mind and thought that having laid down an Astoni's HI+ killing trap, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to escape alive. In the end, he did not expect that not only did Yi Yuan escape, he even captured Long Xiao. The secrets that Long Xiao grasped were too many. Once landed in Dragon Lord's hands, he definitely would not have a good end. Hence, he willingly braved the risks and let Long Xiao go, and then kill them. Who would have thought that all this was within Yi Yuan's calculations? He schemed all his life and even included Dragon Lord in his calculations, but lost at the hands of Yi Yuan, this brat who just made his world debut. This was the thing that he did not expect the most. Ao Su laughed and said with a nod, "That's right. It was this emperor who underestimated you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I originally couldn't figure it out. I had no grudges nor enmity with you. Why would you want to deal a deadly blow towards me? Only all the way until I arrived at Purple Dragon's stronghold did I know that your nephew is a son of the Heavenly Dragon too. It turns out that you took action for his sake." Ao Su's expression changed and he said with a big laugh, "Brat, what conniving cunningness you have, and what vicious means. When this emperor does something, it's this emperor doing it. It has nothing to do with Aou. Aozhen, I'm unconvinced. Why can you sit on the seat of a dragon lord, but I can't?" Done talking, the imposing aura on Ao Su's body suddenly erupted, and he went for Dragon Lord. The horrifying Heavenly Emperor aura crushed until everyone could not catch their breaths. The strike of a Heavenly Emperor in anger was too horrifying. If the energy erupted, the entire Purple Dragon's stronghold would be reduced to shambles. Aozhen sighed slightly and suddenly reached his hand out and grabbed at the void. A gentle force instantly compressed the entire SPAC. Ao Su's force was actually unable to transmit out. Under this power, Ao Su could not even resist and was directly eradicated. The might of Dragon Lord was utterly horrifying. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he was also secretly shocked in his heart. This was a middle stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Initial stage Heavenly Emperors were simply akin to ants in front of them. They could not even do anything in front of them. A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse of his generation, Ao Su, fell here. In the darkness, Ao Yu looked at this scene with a calm expression and said coolly, "Second uncle, you won't die in vain. This grudge, I'll avenge it for you." Chapter 2162. You have an objection? Chapter 2162. You have an objection? Ao Su's demise set off a huge shock in Purple Dragon's stronghold. No one would have thought that Ao Su was actually really the main culprit behind Bandit Shao. Those who were still mocking previously, the dragons who were ridiculing Yi Yuan, they were all silent and said nothing at this time. Only at this time did they suddenly come to realize the truth that Yi Yuan did not turn angry from embarrassment at all. There was no bewilderment at all. He really had a well-thought-out plan and dug a pit waiting for Ao Su to jump. A little fellow actually scammed a Heavenly Emperor to death. This kind of thing was truly inconceivable. Turns out that Ao Su was really the main culprit behind Bandit Shao. We wronged Yi Yuan. Sigh, if Ao Su really remained beyond the arm of the law, then we'd all be accessory to a tyrant's crimes. For so many years, the various major black strongholds and earth strongholds all have their entire beings shaking when mentioning Shao. Today, everyone can finally heave a sigh in relief. Yeah, we all have to thank Dragon Sun Yi. He did something that even the Dragon Lord could not accomplish. Plus, there were also quite a number of people who knew their error and had an appearance of lingering fear in their hearts. But toward Yi Yuan, everyone felt quite indebted toward Yi Yuan. These few years, in order to kill Long Shao, this group of people, Purple Dragon's stronghold could be said to have suffered heavy casualties. Yi Yuan's action achieved the greatest good. Dragon Sun Yi, it was all thanks to you this time, otherwise this lord wouldn't have known how long this traitor has been hoodwinking all of us. Dragon Lord Aozhin said with clasped hands. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Dragon Lord, you don't need to be like this. Actually, you also had suspicions toward Ao Su, isn't that so? This time, you merely pushed the boat along the current. Ao Su put in painstaking effort, wanting to prop Ao Yu up to a high position, while he could also seize this opportunity and soar to the sky with one bound, or even ascend to the position of a Dragon Lord. How could Aozhin not know these thoughts? It was just that he did think that Ao Su actually concealed so deeply, colluding with wicked bandits in secret and plagued a region, causing Purple Dragon's stronghold to not know peace. And Yi Yuan's incident this time was merely an opportunity to erupt. Aozhin looked at Yi Yuan meaningfully and said with a smile, Dragon Sun Yi has a meticulous mind and outstanding talent. You'll surely have great accomplishments in the future. The journey to Heavenly Dragon Mountain this time, this Lord wishes Dragon Sun Yi speedy success. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I thank Dragon Lord for your auspicious blessings. Dragon Lord, this Yi has a presumptuous request. I hope that Dragon Lord will agree to it. Aozhin's two eyes narrowed and he said, You want Long Shao? Talking with smart people saved energy. Yi Yuan nodded his head. It was considered to have tacitly agreed to it. Aozhin shook his head and said, The crimes that Long Shao has committed these few years are too numerous to be recorded. Not killing him, it will be insufficient to appease the fury of the Ma. Ses. Yi Yuan smiled and said, State your terms then. Aozhin laughed in spite of himself and said, You little baby, really give people a headache. Want Long Shao? You have to represent Purple Dragon's stronghold in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time and take the top spot. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Deal? Aozhin smiled and said, You seem very confident. Yi Yuan similarly smiled and said, Don't you have a lot of faith in me? Otherwise, you should have said these words to Ao Yu. Although Ao Su died, this did not affect Aou's status in Purple Dragon's stronghold. The level of sons of the Heavenly Dragon was far from Heaven's strongholds, but at the Heavenly Dragon Mountain. To the Dragon Lord, their eyes were also set on the Heavenly Dragon Mountain. That place was the Dragon Clan's true Holy Land. Yi Yuan understood Aozhen's request very well. As long as he won the top spot, Heavenly Dragon Mountain would bestow many precious resources. At that time, Aozhen would have hopes of salting late-stage Heavenly Emperor realm, and he would become a true major power existence. Of course, he would also finally have the qualifications to enter Heavenly Dragon Mountain. As for whatever Long Shao, in the eyes of powerhouses like Aozhen, he was just an inconsequential crawling bug. What has his life or death got to do with him? Although this East Suppression pseudo-world was the Dragon Clan's territory, it was also not a land of great unity. The Dragon Clan was indeed powerful, but if there were no conflicts and no tie-in, they would similarly decline. Hence, among the various major heaven strongholds and earth strongholds, there were endless disputes too. And Long Shao, this kind of existence was merely some flavor enhancer. If Aozhen personally took action, wouldn't capturing a puny little Long Shao still be easily accomplished? It was just that he was disdainful to do it. At the Heavenly Dragon Mountain, clouds coiled up, immortal chi lingering. It was not like what the mortal world should have. Arriving at the foot of Heavenly Dragon Mountain, Yi Yuan only felt like it was like facing the Heavenspan Mountain, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Only when one's strength reached 7th Firmament Heavenly Emperor, and became a late-stage Heavenly Emperor Supreme Powerhouse did one have the qualifications to be called a Heavenly Dragon and enter Heavenly Dragon Mountain. This place was where the true nucleus of the Dragon Clan was. It was the Dragon Clan's paramount totem. Seeing such power and influence, Yi Yuan could not help being shocked in his heart. Being able to open up such a powerful pseudo-world, the Dragon Clan's power and foundation were truly unfathomable. Like Abu Mpkin saw the Heavenly Dragon Mountain and got stunned, right? Aou's mocking voice came from the back. Outsider Bu Mpkin probably haven't even entered a Heavenly Emperor Bottomanda before. How could he have seen before the Heavenly Dragon Mountain's magnificence? Aozhen also said with a scornful look. Yi Yuan's gaze swept across the two people's faces and said with a light smile, "Endure the whole way, finally can't hold back anymore, right? Aou, I did away with your second uncle. You could actually endure until now, this ye admires." Aou's face turned cold and he said in a cold voice, "Yi Yuan, don't you get ky? The battle of Dragon Sons this time will be the battle where you fall." Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard it and said, "Why would I not be ky? I want to be ky. I killed a Heavenly Emperor, such a refres. Hi plus ing thing is sufficient for me to be arrogant for 10,000 years. In the future, I'll tell everyone I meet that I ended a Heavenly Emperor, and that person was your Aou's second uncle. Do you have an objection?" Pft. The Long Xiaochun by the side could not hold back any more and snickered. Yi Yuan, this fellow really did not use a word of vulgarity when trolling people. Looking at Aou's face, it practically turned green. The resources that Ao Su had secretly gotten for so many years, the vast majority were all used on Aou. Therefore, he regarded Ao Su, his second uncle, highly. Now, Yi Yuan kept babbling on about how he dispatched his second uncle. It was equivalent to tearing at his scar, showing off his cleverness after coming off cheap. How could it not enrage him? Aou gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Good. Very good. Yi Yuan, looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. There's lots of time. You won't shed tears without seeing the coffin." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Even your second uncle, this Heavenly Emperor, was finished off by me. So who the hell are you? You're not qualified enough to threaten me yet." Aoyu was angered until his face was livid and he said with a cold sneer, "Ho ho! Although I don't know what scheme or trick you used, Long Shao is absolutely not who you can subdue. The Battle of Dragon Sons, what it relies on is all genuine ability. Want to resort to trickery? No chance. You just wait to suffer my wrath." Indeed, for Yi Yuan to be able to subdue Long Shao and his gang, he had the advantage of the terrain. If not for that area of spatial rifts being extremely unstable, it would have been impossible for Yi Yuan to want to trap Long Shao to death, let alone force Long Shao to surrender. Is that so? Then your wrath, it has to be a little more fierce. I'm afraid that it's not enough to whet my appetite. Yi Yuan said coolly. Toward Aoyu's threat, Yi Yuan did not take it seriously. With his current strength, even when facing off against a third Firmament Empyrean, he also had the ability to protect himself. Aoyu was merely a peak second Firmament Empyrean. Yi Yuan did not take him seriously. What he truly minded were those third Firmament Empyrean sons of the Heavenly Dragon. Chapter 2163. Kneeling neither to heaven nor earth. Chapter 2163. Kneeling neither to heaven nor earth. Alright, Dragon Sons, stop arguing. Whatever grudges you have, you can naturally settle it in the mist battlefield. At this time, the Protector Elder, Aochi, who was leading the team, finally stepped forward to speak. Those present were all sons of the Heavenly Dragon and were also existences that had the hopes of advancing to be a Heavenly Dragon. Although he was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, he could not afford to provoke a single one. But if he still did not speak at this time, both sides were probably going to start fighting. Humph! Aoyu snorted coldly and stopped talking. Aochi said coolly, "Alright, it's almost time. We should enter the Heavenly Dragon Mountain." It was only to see him flick his sleeves grandly. The few people were virtually unable to resist and were brought by him flying toward Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Yi Yuan only saw a blur before his eyes, and he arrived on a platform very soon. Above the platform, it was still blocked by a cloud of fog, unable to see clearly. Yi Yuan could feel that although they had already entered the Heavenly Dragon Mountain here, it was just the foot of Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Upon entering Heavenly Dragon Mountain, Yi Yuan felt that the spiritual energy was extremely abundant, not beneath the Heavenspan Mountains. Sure enough, this place was an excellent venue for cultivation. No wonder even Aozhen, that kind of powerhouse, wanted to enter this place too. At this time, there were already quite a number of youngsters standing on the platform. These people all had a Heavenly Dragon mark at their glabella area. Clearly, they were all sons of the Heavenly Dragon. It's Purple Dragon Stronghold's people. Ho-ho, the last time, Purple Dragon's stronghold was at the bottom. The ones that came this time are also nothing much. Weaklings will always be weaklings. Even if they became a son of the Heavenly Dragon, they are also a bunch of traws. Plus, if I had to say, Purple Dragon's stronghold's qualification should just be directly revoked. They actually sent a first Firmament Empyrean over this time. Looks like Purple Dragon's stronghold really has no one. Yi Yuan and the rest still had not stood firmly when a series of mockery immediately came over. Those sons of the Heavenly Dragon were clearly very unfriendly toward Purple Dragon's stronghold. Each and every one of them had looks of amuse, E&T on their faces. Aochi's expression was very ugly, but the status of these sons of the Heavenly Dragon were all higher than him. He really could not talk back. Purple Dragon's stronghold's people, including Aoyu, each and every one of their expressions was very ugly. Aochi, it's you leading the team this time again? During the last time, your Purple Dragon's stronghold was virtually completely wiped out. Only one escaped from the mist battlefield and even had his Heavenly Dragon mark stripped. Is that boy dead yet? Not far away, a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse said with a look of ridicule. Aochi's face fell and he said, Long Zifeng, you guys mere took 5th place and you're already arrogant until like this? Long Zifeng laughed loudly and said, "In front of Heavenly Dragon's stronghold, I naturally don't dare to be arrogant. But in front of your Purple Dragon's stronghold, this Emperor naturally has the capital to be arrogant. Furthermore, the Battle of Dragon Sons this time, our Cloud Dragon stronghold's Long 7 has the potential to aim for the top 3. Aochi smiled coldly and he said, "Top 3, you really dare to say that?" Putting aside the Heavenly Dragon stronghold, Black Dragon stronghold and Auspicious Dragon stronghold both have extremely strong bloodlines. Just the likes of you guys also want to enter the top 3? Long Zifeng had a smug look as he said, Long 7 already awoken 2 innate divine abilities. Furthermore, his Heavenly Dragon mark already awoken. Do you think he has the strength to enter the top 3? Heavenly Dragon mark was not just a symbol of status. That was the powerful strength that Heavenly Dragon Mountain bestowed on ordinary dragons. Once awakened the Heavenly Dragon mark, one would obtain powerful strength and could let their martial techniques and divine abilities obtain varying degrees of augmentation, the power being boundless. Of course, wanting to awaken the Heavenly Dragon mark, one also needs tremendous lucky chance and talent in itself. Among the sons of the Heavenly Dragon present, there were scanty few capable of awakening the Heavenly Dragon mark. Furthermore, the dragon race's innate divine abilities were even harder to awaken than the Qilin clan. Furthermore, the power of each kind of innate divine ability was tremendous. Long 7 actually awakened 2 innate divine abilities. His strength could be imagined. Hearing Long Zifeng's smug voice, the faces of many sons of the Heavenly Dragon present changed slightly. If it was really as Long Zifeng said, he would really have hopes of entering the top 3. All came At this time, an illusory voice suddenly sounded out in everyone's ears. A sagely-looking old man slowly came down from the clouds and landed on the platform. The group of sons of the Heavenly Dragon, including Heavenly Emperors, knelt down one after another when they saw this old man. "We pay respects to Lord Morningstar." When Yi Yuan looked at the old man, his pupils could not help shrinking. This old man gave him an unfathomable feeling. His aura was not beneath Ji Mo's. This was also to say that this old man was surely a late-stage Heavenly Emperor terrifying existence. But this old man was much lousier compared to that one he met in the Dragon Eye Cave. Morningstar swept a glance, but his gaze landed on Yi Yuan. When Ao Yu saw this scene, he could not help smiling coldly. At this time, everyone knelt down, only Yi Yuan alone stood there like a wooden rod, appearing extremely towering. This brat had eyes but could not see. When he saw Lord Morningstar, he actually did not fall to his knees. This was asking for trouble. Even if one was a son of the Heavenly Dragon, their status would also be inferior to a genuine Lord Heavenly Dragon. In front of a Lord Heavenly Dragon, even a Dragon Lord was also merely mediocre. Yi Yuan, this is Lord Morningstar. Lord Morningstar is a Heavenly Dragon, his status being most lofty. Why haven't you paid respects? Aochi said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan said coolly, I, Yi Yuan, kneel to neither heaven nor earth, only to my parents. I can bow, but kneeling, forget it. Aoyu sneered and said, Fool! Courting death. Heavenly Emperors did not have the authority to kill sons of the Heavenly Dragon, but Heavenly Dragons did. Even if Morningstar would not casually kill people, Punies. Hi+ing could be done. Ha, a fine kneeling to neither heaven nor earth. Yi Yuan, hope that you still have this kind of breadth of spirit when you reach my level of boundary. Morningstar said with a loud laugh. Senior Morningstar, rest assured. Yi Yuan's heart will never change. Yi Yuan said coolly. He said so and also did so. Morningstar sized Yi Yuan up rather interestedly and said, You're the newly promoted son of the Heavenly Dragon, Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Precisely so. Morningstar said, Good, hope that you won't let this Emperor down in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I definitely won't let Senior down. Morningstar nodded slightly, but beckoned his hand at Long Xiaochun and said, Xiaochun, come over. Aoyu was stunned, a baffled look on his face. It was over just like that? On what basis? Disrespect towards a heavenly dragon was a major offense. A powerful like Morningstar did not allow the slightest bit of disobedience at all. But he let Yi Yuan off just like that so easily? Aoyu knelt on the ground, his face vacant, disbelief on his face. Not just him, everyone was incomparably shocked. A haughty fellow like Yi Yuan, shouldn't Lord Morningstar have smacked him to death with one slap? They did not understand, but Yi Yuan had some guesses. Most likely, the way he obtained the heavenly dragon mark was different from the others. The existence in the Dragon Eye Cave was definitely not an ordinary heavenly emperor powerhouse. It might even be a level of existence like Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Toward that kind of existence, Yi Yuan still did not have a concept at present. But he had a blurry understanding of it. It did not seem as simple as just there being a massive chasm between Heavenly Emperor and Tao Ancestor. Long Xiaochun was like a startled rabbit. Pursing her mouth, she shuffled her feet over to Morningstar's side and called in a low voice, Grandpa Morningstar. Morningstar rebuked her and said, You la s. This time, you must go up the Heavenly Dragon Mountain with me. Chapter 2164. 1,000 years later. Chapter 2164. 1,000 years later, I'm not going. What's good about the Heavenly Dragon Mountain? It's like a cage. Long Xiaochun said unwillingly. Everyone was rendered speechless. Everyone wanted to go up Heavenly Dragon Mountain even in their dreams. This little girl was actually not willing. She should not make fun of people like this. Morningstar pulled a long face and said, This is your fate. No matter whether you're willing or not, you have to accept this arrangement. A great era is about to arrive. Only by possessing sufficient strength can one survive, and can our dragon clan last. Long Xiaochun's head shook like a rattledrum, and she said, I don't want means I don't want. I still want to follow Yi Yuan and roam the heaven-span world. Long Xiaochun threw a tantrum, giving Morningstar a headache. Yi Yuan was rather surprised though. He did not expect that this little girl actually already made up her mind to go out with him. One should not look at how Long Xiaochun was normally happy-go-lucky once this lust decided on something. Even 9 heavenly dragons could not pull her back either. But in this aspect, this girl was rather similar to him. Morningstar glared. The sullen rage of a heavenly dragon quietly erupted. Everyone present felt tremendous pressure, and could not help prostrating even lower. That was the pressure originating from the bloodline. Time waits for no man. If you still don't enter the Heavenly Dragon Mountain this time, this emperor will be forcefully bringing you up. Long Xiaochun's stubborn temper flared up too, and she said angrily, Grandpa Morningstar, if you dare to forcefully bring me up, I'll cry every day for you to see. Morningstar's face turned black. Thinking about this girl's destructive power, the corners of his mouth could not help twitching. Of course, although this destructive power was not to the extent of causing any damage to Heavenly Dragon Mountain, sending it into a tizzy could not be avoided. Morningstar immediately felt his head swell. He looked at Long Xiaochun and billowed his beard as he glared, and actually did not know what he should do for some time. The sons of the Heavenly Dragon present were all incomparably shocked in their hearts. They were still curious previously. Long Xiaochun did not have a Heavenly Dragon mark. So why would she come to the Battle of Dragon Sons? Looking at it now, Long Xiaochun's ident. 1. Tai was extraordinary. They could all tell that even though Morningstar was angered until he was billowing his beard and glaring, he had a kind of unspeakable doting toward Long Xiaochun. It seemed like Long Xiaochun was the dragon clan's future, while these sons of the Heavenly Dragon, were merely dregs. You la angering this emperor to death. Morningstar nearly jumped up. Seeing Morningstar's appearance, Long Xiaochun felt pleased with herself. Either way, she did not want to go up the heavenly dragon mountain and also did not want to cultivate. Senior Morningstar, let me try. Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. Morningstar gave him a glance, shook his head, and said, "It's no use. This lass. Even her mother can't put her in place." While Long Xiaochun looked at Yi Yuan vigilantly and said, "Yi Yuan, just whose side are you standing on? No need to urge me. Either way, I won't go up Heavenly Dragon Mountain." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Girlie, with my talent, how big do you think that gap between you and me will be after 1,000 years?" Long Xiaochun was taken aback. She really never considered this problem before. But the sons of the heavenly dragon by the side, each and every one of them revealed disdainful looks. This guy is really COCKY. 1,000 years' time, how big a gap can there be? Aou knew more than the others and said with a cold smile, Long Xiaochun's cultivation talent is extremely high. She would also have a middle-stage Empyrean cultivation, no matter what after 1,000 years. Could it be that he can cultivate to the late-stage Empyrean realm? Saying that Yi Yuan could cultivate to the late-stage Empyrean realm 1,000 years later, he did not believe it even if beaten to death. The sons of the heavenly dragon present, each one was a genius in cultivation, who could be lousier than Yi Yuan. Even they did not dare talk about how it would be like 1,000 years later. What basis did this brat have? However, Long Xiaochun held her head in her hand and pondered for a while, and said seriously, 1,000 years later, you can probably kill me by puffing out a breath, what? Aou somewhat doubted his own ears. The other sons of the heavenly dragon's faces also had stunned looks. These sons of the heavenly dragon, were all very close in strength. 1,000 years, a distinction could not be made at all. But Long Xiaochun said that 1,000 years later, he would be able to kill her by puffing out a breath. This kind of thing was very easy to understand when placed on geniuses and mortals, but between geniuses it was simply a fantasy tale. Indignance, displeasure, disdain. Many emotions interwove together, making the atmosphere on the platform become strange. Even Morningstar's pupils also constricted slightly. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became different. Others did not understand, but Long Xiaochun herself understood it very well. This appraisal was not over the top. It might even be low. How much time had Paas said since she met Yi Yuan in the West Spirit region? Yi Yuan's realm and strength soared by more than 1 or 2 levels. When she first met Yi Yuan, Long Xiaochun could blast Yi Yuan to death with one punch. But now, she was already far from Yi Yuan's match. 1,000 years later, only ghosts knew what kind of realm Yi Yuan would reach. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "At that time, even if I bring you by my side, will you follow me by my side?" Long Xiaochun blinked twice and shook her head and said, "No." Yi Yuan said, "Moreover, a turbulent era is arriving. And body can escape by sheer luck as well. Your mother, your clansmen, all of them getting caught in the fires of war. You will need power to protect them. Only then did you discover that you don't have that strength. Will you be in despair?" Yi Yuan let out a heavy sigh and said, "I have once experienced this kind of powerless moment. Hence, I have to continuously become strong until no one can surpass me. Only when you grasp true power can you truly be free and unfettered in this world." All right, I got it. I'll go up Heavenly Dragon Mountain." Long Xiaochun pursed her mouth and said unwillingly. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Cultivate well. In the future, you and I, brother and sister, join hands and roam the world unmatched. COCKY. 2COCKY. Who the HEL are you still roam the world unmatched?" The group of sons of the heavenly dragon was already ticked off by the side. If not for Morningstar being by the side, they would likely have joined hands to cripple Yi Yuan. "Aren't you unmatched? I'll make you unmatched. But these sons of the heavenly dragon's anger was already completely stoked. Everyone's gazes were gathered on Yi Yuan, treating him as their enemy. Long Xiaochun looked at Yi Yuan and said, "That's what you said. When I have achievements in cultivation, you have to bring me to the heavenspan world to play." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Relax, I, Yi Yuan, am a man of my word." When Morningstar saw this scene, he could not help having a stupefied look on his face. Heavenly Dragon Mountain had thought of no idea how many ways to make Long Xiaochun go up the mountain. Using both soft and hard tactics, adopting every possible means. But this Laos was impervious to everything and refused to go up the mountain no matter what. He did not expect that Yi Yuan convinced this girl with a few words. Morningstar looked at Yi Yuan, his interest in him growing stronger. His earlier attitude toward Yi Yuan was naturally because he was different from the rest. Heavenly Dragon Mark was automatically formed when the Dragon Mark Monument sensed the bloodline power of the various strongholds' junior generation. But Yi Yuan's Heavenly Dragon Mark was engraved on the Dragon Mark Monument artificially. This showed that there was definitely a major power in the clan who bestowed upon Yi Yuan the Heavenly Dragon Mark. Chapter 2165. Really weak. Chapter 2165. Really weak. Among the sons of the Heavenly Dragon, a youth with thick eyebrows said with a light laugh, Brother Long Yuan, you seem to have been looked down upon." A hint of disdain flashed across the eyes of the youth with an impressive presence beside, and he said coolly, "The ignorant are fearless, that's all. My Heavenly Dragon's stronghold's awe-inspiring reputation isn't from talking about it. Long Jingyuan, you have no chance to." Long Jingyuan laughed and said, "Our score, talk about it again later. But this brat is so arrogant. I'm very annoyed." Long Yuan said coolly, "Just a completely useless person. When I run into him in the mist battlefield, I'll end him with one punch." Long Jingyuan smiled and said, "Hope that he doesn't run into you or me, otherwise, hee." By the side, there were quite a few sons of the Heavenly Dragon who heard the two people's discussion, and all responded with cold smiles. Long Yuan and Long Jinyuan, one came from Heavenly Dragon's stronghold, one came from Black Dragon's stronghold. These two great heaven strongholds were universally recognized as the strongest bloodline and also the strongest heaven stronghold. Yi Yuan's unintentional words clearly already provoked their anger. Seeing Yi Yuan convinced Long Xiaochun, Morningstar was greatly comforted, and he could not help laughing as he said, "I didn't expect that you, this Laos, actually also have times when you yielded to people." Long Xiaochun shot him a fierce glare and hid at one side to restrain her anger. "All right, it's almost time. This emperor will send you all into the mist battlefield. I wish you all good luck." Done talking, Morningstar pointed a finger. A large hole was torn open in the void. Yi Yuan felt the Heavenly Dragon Mark on his forehead suddenly heat up, and his body flew toward the large hole involuntarily. After all of the sons of the Heavenly Dragon flew into the mist battlefield, a huge image appeared above the void. On the screen, all the figures of the sons of the Heavenly Dragon could be seen clearly. The group of Heavenly Emperors was on tiptoes in anticipation, all hoping for their son of the Heavenly Dragon to be able to show a good performance. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and he arrived in a cloud of fog. In the fog, north, south, east, west could not be distinguished. Yi Yuan mustered up his ocular art and was barely able to see clearly the situation within 100 feet. This is the mist battlefield? It looks like a maze. However, dragon origin crystals makes me look forward to it very much, Yi Yuan said with a smile. In the mist battlefield, the sons of the Heavenly Dragon would meet randomly. Sons of the Heavenly Dragon were able to rely on the Heavenly Dragon Mark to sense nearby dragon origin crystals. Dragon origin crystals were a special product of the Heavenly Dragon Mountain, and also the Dragon Clan's priceless treasure. Refining dragon origin crystals could evolve bloodline power and let the dragon race bloodline become purer. Cultivation would naturally speed up as well. Furthermore, dragon origin crystals were also the key to activating the heavenly dragon mark. As long as one absorbed a certain amount of dragon origin crystals, they would be able to activate the heavenly dragon mark. But how much one absorbed varied from person to person. Suddenly, a surge of powerful law power descended. Yi Yuan felt that his vital energy was suppressed to initial stage rank 7 by this power of law. When the realm was different, the disparity was too great. Similarly, a son of the heavenly dragon, this kind of gap could not be made up for at all. Hence, in this missed battlefield, it would suppress the power of vital energy, making the group of sons of the heavenly dragon be at the same level. However, even if the realm was suppressed, the strength of the sons of the heavenly dragon still had some differences. Sons of the heavenly dragon, whose cultivation realms were high, clearly had more advantage. But sadly, this kind of suppressing power is completely useless to me. Yi Yuan revolved his own chaos world power and easily blocked this law power outside. His chaos world power was not within the 5 elements and did not get affected by outside forces at all. Yi Yuan's current realm was just newly into chaos realm, but his chaos world power was far stronger than those in the same rank. It was roughly equivalent to middle stage first firmament Empyrean realm. This difference of half a rank was sufficient for him to crush his peers. Let alone that he was even of the perfect 7th transformation golden body. At this time, Yi Yuan felt his glabella heat up. Very soon, he sensed the location of dragon origin crystals. Winding around for a while, Yi Yuan saw a piece of white crystal growing on the ground very quickly. It was precisely a dragon origin crystal. Yi Yuan slowly walked over and plucked off the dragon origin crystal. Feeling the powerful bloodline power in the dragon origin crystal, Yi Yuan could not help feeling an upsurge of emotion. Put down the dragon origin crystal. You can scram already. Right at this time, a haughty voice came from the opposite. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked over, but it was an unfamiliar son of the heavenly dragon. If I don't put it down? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. The other party said with a cold smile, refusing face when given. Do you know who I am? Yi Yuan put away the dragon origin crystal and shook his head as he said, Don't know, and not interested in knowing either. When the other party saw that Yi Yuan did not take him seriously at all, his gaze could not help turning cold, and he said in a cold voice, To dare make light of someone from heavenly dragon's stronghold, courting death. He was called Long Jing, heavenly dragon stronghold's number 3 person, his strength being rather formidable. Furthermore, he already unlocked the heavenly dragon Mark II. At the outside world, the group of heavenly emperors responded with cold smiles. Hoo-hoo, this kid is so rampant, suffered retribution now, right? The first one and he be you. Mped into Long Jing, Long Zifeng could not help laughing as he said. A heaven stronghold's elder said, Long Jing's strength should be able to rank in the top 10 among this batch of sons of the heavenly dragon, right? This kid really struck the jackpot. Heavenly Dragon Stronghold's protector elder, Long Tianyu, said nonchalantly, This kid boasted pretty big. I wonder how much ability he has. Clearly, he was 100% confident in Long Jing. His Heavenly Dragon Stronghold's bloodline was extremely strong. The sons of the Heavenly Dragon in the clan, their strength far surpassed. As said other Heaven Strongholds, Long Jing was ranked 3rd in Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, but when placed in other Heaven Strongholds, he absolutely had the strength to contend for first place. TSK. Just you watch, Yi Yuan will take him down with one hand. Long Xiaochun was indignant and immediately retorted Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu could not help choking. Giving a cold snort, he did not say any more. Long Xiaochun's status was clearly not ordinary, so he did not dare to easily get angry either. But with regards to Long Xiaochun's words, Long Tianyu did not believe it at all. Yi Yuan just broke through to the Empyrean realm not long ago. He definitely did not even awaken his innate divine abilities. So how was he to fight? True dragon trampling the heavens. Under Long Zheng's fury, it was the Universe Dragon Claw's second form with a raise of his hand. It was only to see his glabella mark flashed. The power of true dragon trampling the heavens actually skyrocketed a fold. This power could virtually sweep across those in the same rank. Yi Yuan looked at this move and could not help finding it funny. This is your reliance? Really weak. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed. Long Zheng did not see him make any incredible move either. Yi Yuan just threw a punch out indifferently. Seeing Yi Yuan treat him without proper respect like this, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Long Zheng's mouth. Courting death. Then there was a bang. The true dragon phantom that Long Zheng fired out directly broke apart, while his chest seemed to have been struck by a sledgehammer, directly spurting out a mouthful of fresh blood, flying out backward. All of the heavenly emperor's bodies virtually quivered at the same time. This is impossible. He didn't use any martial technique and defeated Long Zheng just based on the power of the fleshy body? Too fake. Could it be that this boy used some evil art? The group of heavenly emperors was full of disbelief. Yi Yuan clearly did not use any martial technique but defeated his foe with one punch. This kind of thing would only happen when someone at a higher realm crushed a lower realm. Similarly, a son of the heavenly dragon. Furthermore, everyone's realm was at the same level, so how could Yi Yuan do it to this degree? Chapter 2166, Still Too Weak. Chapter 2166, Still Too Weak, hee, what did I say? Yi Yuan brought him down with one hand. Long Xiaochun hid behind Morningstar, having a smug look on her face. She had personally judged Yi Yuan's strength before. In the same rank, there was basically no chance of wanting to beat Yi Yuan. Let alone that Long Zheng, who was not considered the strongest in this batch of sons of the heavenly dragon. A hint of surprise also flashed across Morningstar's eyes. Clearly, Yi Yuan's strength far exceeded his imagination. In the fog, Long Zheng crawled to his feet, a look of alarm and anger on his face. His thoughts were the same as Long Yuan, that this punk was just a braggart. But it was this braggart who defeated him without even using a martial technique. A proud genius could not endure such a humiliation. Long Zheng gritted his teeth and roared furiously, "Punk, you forced me! I'll let you take a look at my true strength." On his glabella, the heavenly dragon mark started burning like a blazing fire. An enormous true dragon phantom with its gaping maws wide open appeared behind Long Zheng. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he revealed a look of amuse. "Ent," as he said with a light smile, "Dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. Hoo, a little interesting. But this move being unleashed in your hands, it is too weak." The same move, when used by different people, the power was totally different. Differences in bloodline power, differences in heavenly dragon mark, different strength of the physical body, it would all affect the move's power. This dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter move was the dragon race's innate divine ability. It could summon the spirit of a true dragon to attack the opponent, the power immense. It was just that Long Zheng's move was not brilliant the way Yi Yuan looked at it. Long Zheng had always been proud. Apart from Long Yuan and Long Qian, who was ranked second in Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, he did not place anyone in his sights. Today, he was actually being looked down upon by his opponent like so. How could he not be furious? Punk, the outcome of looking down on the Heavenly Dragon Stronghold's son of the Heavenly Dragon is death. Long Zheng was greatly enraged as he roared. Yi Yuan chuckled and took a step out. The image of a dragon also surfaced behind him. This move was shockingly precisely the true dragon trampling the heavens that Long Zheng used before earlier. So what if innate divine ability? Today, I'll let you see that the same move in different people's hands, the power is totally different. Yi Yuan laughed lightly and suddenly struck a palm out. The dragon image behind him practically turned corporeal, flying over toward Long Jing with a roar. Yi Yuan's dragon image had a fundamental difference from Long Jing's dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. Innate divine abilities, those were blessings from a true dragon. It was summoning the origin power of the dragon race to battle. While the dragon image that true dragon trampling the heavens summoned was merely condensed with Yi Yuan's own vital energy. The two were on completely different levels in terms of quality. Long Zheng's dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter completely beat Yi Yuan in terms of quality. But when the two powerful moves collided together, Long Zheng immediately felt a force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas transmitting over from the other party. Bang! Yi Yuan's dragon image crushed the dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter like cruise. Hi+ing dead leaves, then it bombarded against Long Zheng's body. Long Zheng spurted fresh blood wildly, directly being blasted beneath the earth. At the outside world, the faces of all the heavenly emperors changed drastically. True dragon trampling the heavens defeated dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter? My eyesight isn't failing, right? This is too illogical. No matter how strong true dragon trampling the heavens this move is, it's also impossible to deal with dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter, right? How could it be like this? How could it be like this? The heavenly emperor powerhouses all felt that it was hard to understand. Innate divine ability being stronger than ordinary martial techniques, this was universally acknowledged. After all, ordinary martial techniques could be cultivated, while innate divine abilities could only be comprehended by relying on oneself. Weak dragons were unable to comprehend a single innate divine ability for life. Only sons of the heavenly dragon could comprehend one or two. In everyone's understanding, only innate divine abilities could deal with innate divine abilities. Unable to comprehend, there was only being crushed all the way. But now, the innate divine ability that everyone viewed as a sharp weapon was actually defeated by Yi Yuan with an ordinary martial technique. True dragon trampling the heavens was strong, but in front of innate divine ability, it was too weak. But Yi Yuan relied on this martial technique and defeated the innate divine ability, dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. This result shocked people too greatly. Morningstar's eyes glimmered, and he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Girl, is this boy of the perfect seventh transformation golden body?" Long Xiaochun giggled and said, "It's still Grandpa Morningstar who has keen eyes. How is it? He's impressive, right?" "What? Perfect seventh transformation?" Long Zifeng had a look of shock, disbelief written all over his face. A perfect sixth transformation was already incredibly rare, while a perfect seventh transformation was practically extinct. The group of heavenly emperors was shocked until they could not close their mouths, looking at that figure on the light screen in disbelief. A hint of surprise flashed across Morningstar's eyes, and he said with a slight nod, "No wonder. No matter how trashy the martial technique, when executed with perfect seventh transformation, the power will also skyrocket. Let alone talk about the dragon race's supreme martial technique, Universe Dragon Claw. A perfect seventh transformation. How many years has a perfect seventh transformation not appeared in my dragon clan? This brat actually achieved a perfect seventh transformation at a young age." Long Tianyu said with surprise. "Long Tianyu, looks like your heavenly dragon stronghold has met its match this time." Black Dragon Stronghold's elder said with a smile. Long Tianyu's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, "You all will witness Long Yuan's true strength very soon, so what if it's the perfect seventh transformation?" The moment these words came out, the group of heavenly emperors had strange expressions. It seemed like Long Yuan's strength was really very strong. Morningstar's gaze was indifferent as he said, "Long Zheng is heavily injured and already doesn't have combat capability. Stripping the heavenly dragon mark and withdrawing from the mist battlefield." Finished talking, he fired out a seal. A light beam flew out of the mist battlefield and landed on the platform. Long Zheng was full of wounds and was already completely unconscious, and the heavenly dragon mark on his head also vanished without a trace already. Battle of Dragon Sons. Only the 10 people that remained in the end could continue to possess the heavenly dragon mark. The others were stripped of their heavenly dragon marks without exception, recovering their normal ident. 1 ties. Battle of Dragon Sons was a huge lucky chance, and similarly also a cruel elimination tournament. Weaklings could only fade into the crowd. In the mist battlefield, Yi Yuan continued to search for dragon origin crystals according to the heavenly dragon mark's effects. Ordinary sons of the heavenly dragon were not opponents that could last one exchange with him at all. Very soon, Yi Yuan found many dragon origin crystals. While in another place, the Aou who was currently meditating suddenly snapped open both eyes, his gaze revealing a look of wild elation. Aou gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said, "Ha ha ha! The mist battlefield is indeed a superb place to increase one's strength. My heavenly dragon mark has already awakened a second time and even awakened my second innate divine ability. My strength became more than a magnitude stronger. My current strength is already adequate to squeeze into the top 10, even top 5. Yi Yuan, pray that I don't run into you, otherwise your hour of doom will have arrived. Blood debts need to be paid in blood." The heavenly dragon mark was a mark that could be steadily promoted. Each awakening, the strength of the dragon would obtain a significant advancement. It was also precisely because so that the potential of sons of the heavenly dragon was tremendous, and also why they would be respected like so. They were people chosen by Heavenly Dragon Mountain, the dragon clan's future. Aou refined quite a few dragon origin crystals and already underwent the second awakening. The current hymn was BRIM, G with confidence and wished to encounter Yi Yuan right away. Chapter 2167. When 2 tigers fight, one is sure to die. Chapter 2167. When 2 tigers fight, one is sure to die. With dragon origin crystals entering the body, a heart-rending pain immediately transmitted over. Yi Yuan could not resist sucking in a cold breath. Following that, origin dragon energy fused into his blood vessels very quickly. Yi Yuan's fleshly body and bloodline were being remolded rapidly. He could feel that his fleshly body was becoming stronger bit by bit. However, the energy contained in the dragon origin crystals, there was a portion of it that branched off, converting to chaos divine essence and soul force. Ever since breaking through to chaos realm, Yi Yuan discovered that the divine essence he absorbed would split into 3. This was also to say that no matter how he cultivated now, it was cultivating essence, energy, and spirit, 3 paths simultaneously. This way, Yi Yuan's strength would be even more consolidated. Of course, cultivation also became slower. However, the dragon race's origin dragon energy was another form of existence. Yi Yuan could feel traces of warm flow entering the heavenly dragon mark, then spreading throughout the entire body. His dragon race bloodline became purer. Except refining 6 pieces of dragon origin crystals in a row, Yi Yuan did not feel signs of the heavenly dragon mark awakening, and he could not help feeling disappointed. Bloodline power increased by at least 20%. The power of my dragon race martial techniques will also increase 20%. This dragon origin crystal is really good stuff. Yi Yuan exclaimed in admiration. Reaching his level of boundary, each increase in bloodline was extremely difficult. But a few pieces of dragon origin crystals let his bloodline power increase 20%. It was indeed a treasure that was hard to come by. But Yi Yuan also discovered that the effect of the dragon origin crystals was gradually diminished. Hi+ing. Furthermore, the agony of amalgamating the dragon origin crystals was also continuously increasing. Yi Yuan reckoned that after the fused quant. 1. Tai reached a certain degree, it would probably be saturated. After getting up, Yi Yuan did not dawdle either, continuing to look for dragon origin crystals. This thing, naturally, the more the better. Very soon, he relied on the heavenly dragon mark's reaction and found a piece of dragon origin crystal. However, without any surprises, another son of the heavenly dragon also found it. Yi Yuan. The other party let out a surprised cry. Yi Yuan had long seen the arrival already. It was none other than precisely Aou. Aou had a smug look as he said with a cold smile, "Enemies really meet on a narrow path. How is it? Do you have any realization already?" Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Realization? What's that?" Aou shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. Using a pitying gaze to look at Yi Yuan, he said, "Really don't know where your courage comes from, to still dare be arrogant in front of me. You probably don't know, right? Just earlier, Cloud Dragon Stronghold's Long 7 was already defeated at my hands. Long 7 was an existence that had hopes of squeezing into the top 3. Now, he was actually defeated at Aou's hands. It could be seen that Aou's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Who knew that Yi Yuan's face did not have any visible chance in countenance as he said coolly, "Oh, so what?" Yi Yuan's nonchalance triggered Aou badly, setting off all of his wrath. At the outside world, when Aou saw these two people meet, his expression could not help changing. As the saying went, enemies would always meet, the two people finally be paired together. Just earlier, the outside world's heavenly emperors had just experienced a shock. Aou, who was body, actually defeated Long 7, who was a favorite to contend for the top 3. This result made the heavenly emperor's jaws drop. Originally thought that Aou was just a sidekick, who knew that after he entered the mist battlefield, he seemed to have become enlightened, seizing dragon origin crystals consecutively. In the end, his heavenly dragon mark actually underwent a second awakening and even awoken a second innate divine ability. Even Long 7 was not his match anymore. Long Zifeng was currently depressed. When he saw this scene, he could not help sneering as he said, "Looks like these two people don't seem to be on good terms. There's a good show to watch now. I wonder if it's this arrogant Yi Yuan who's stronger, or Aou who awakened a second time who's stronger. When two tigers clash, one is bound to get hurt. Heh." But Aou let out a sigh and said, "Not that one is bound to get hurt, but that one is sure to die." The heavenly emperors could not help being surprised when they heard that, looking at Aou in great surprise. Originally this time, it was the moment for Purple Dragon's stronghold to radiate splendor. They did not expect that such a sudden turn of events would actually occur. Life and death were not prohibited in the mist battlefield. But unless one was genuinely enraged, otherwise, rarely would people determine life and death. Under normal circumstances, crippling the other party and making the other party withdraw from the mist battlefield was considered over. But now, these two great powerhouses were actually going to determine life and death. It involuntarily made people very surprised. Somebody asked Aou, "Why is that?" Aou let out another sigh and talked about the two people's grudge, making everyone stare dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. Yi Yuan, this fellow was really a troublemaker, to actually scheme a heavenly emperor to death. But regarding this sort of scene, quite a number of people were delighted to hear about it. Cutting each other's throats, this sort of thing, they dwelt upon it with great relish. Yi Yuan, this brat is so arrogant. He probably never thought that Aou actually awakened a second time, right? Even if he's of the perfect 7th transformation, it's also impossible to be Aou's match, just based on martial technique. Long Zifeng said with a cold laugh. He still had half a sentence that he did not say. Best that both parties fight until they were both wounded, and both withdraw from the mist battlefield. Regarding Long Zifeng's words, the other heavenly emperors were also very much in agreement. Long Tianyu nodded and said, "After the second awakening, Regardless of whether it is bloodline power or innate divine abilities, the power will rise more than a level. Yi Yuan didn't even awaken once, so it's impossible to comprehend an innate divine ability. Therefore, he has virtually no chances of victory. The moment Long Xiaochun heard, she was immediately indignant and Ted, you guys just watch. Yi Yuan will definitely take him down. When the group of heavenly emperors heard, they could not help laughing out loud. Fighting this sort of thing could not determine the victor based on feelings. A perfect seventh transformation was indeed very strong, but each one of the sons of the heavenly dragon was an elite among the elites. In terms of the fleshly body, they also approached perfection. Although there were disparities in this aspect, it was also not irredeemable. A second awakening innate divine ability could make up for this disparity. Let alone that the combat power which Aou exhibited, everyone already witnessed it. Long Seven displayed his second innate divine ability and still lost to Aou. Therefore, they were not optimistic about Yi Yuan. Ignorant fool, you completely don't know the significance of defeating Long Seven. I've already awakened a second time and comprehended a second divine ability. Even if you have exceedingly formidable abilities, it's also impossible to escape alive today. Aou said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, Is that so? Then bring out your special skill. Don't let me down. Aou's gaze turned cold, and his vital energy surged like a fire. An enormous true dragon phantom slowly condensed behind him. Dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. However, Aou's dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter was more than a magnitude stronger compared to Long Zheng's. That true dragon was also significantly more condensed. This was the power of a second awakening. Feeling the boundless power coming from the opposite side, the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth revealed a hint of amuse. ENT, and he said with a light laugh, a little interesting. It can force out some of my strength. It was only to see Yi Yuan's two hands form a Tai Chi stance, an enormous dragon emerged. Universe Dragon Claw third stance, Grand Universe Palm. Bang! The void trembled. Dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter directly collapsed. The Grand Universe Palm carried an indomitable momentum and slammed onto Aou's body. Chapter 2168. Cultivate? Doesn't exist. Chapter 2168. Cultivate? Doesn't exist. The second awakening dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter actually can't beat the Grand Universe Palm? This guy was actually still holding back when he exchanged blows with Long Zheng. When did the dragon race's innate divine abilities become so weak that it can't withstand even a single blow? The group of heavenly emperors was rendered speechless. Was Yi Yuan planning on using Universe Dragon Claw, this move to sweep across the mist battlefield? Furthermore, the strength that Yi Yuan displayed was clearly a great deal stronger than that time with Long Zheng. If Yi Yuan unleashed this kind of power when facing off with Long Zheng would have long been smacked to death by him with one palm. Elder Tianyu, didn't you say that Yi Yuan doesn't have any chances of victory? What about now? Long Xiaochun laughed loudly and said to Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu's old face turned red and he argued, You saw it earlier too. Aou still has boundless Big Dipper Fist, this trump card, that hasn't been used. That's a true major trump card. Long Xiaochun's mouth curled and she said disdainfully, Do you think that Yi Yuan has no trump cards? Wait and see. Aou crawled out from underneath the ground, covered in blood all over. Yi Yuan's Grand Universe Palm earlier did not hold back. Aou's injuries were naturally much heavier than Long Zheng's. Aou looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes full of wrath and puzzlement. He did not know that Yi Yuan's fight with Long Zheng had long already shocked the outside world's heavenly emperor powerhouses. He still thought that with his current strength, he could casually crush Yi Yuan underfoot. He did not expect that the moment he made his move, he was trampled on by Yi Yuan. Yo, can still get up, not bad. Yi Yuan looked at Aou and said with a smile that was not a smile. Aou's 2 eyes were blood-red as he roared angrily, D-A-M-N thing! You forced me. Now I'll turn you to ashes. He withdrew his fist momentum and condensed the spirit of a true dragon behind him once more. But the spirit of the true dragon this time was more than several times more solid compared to before. He had not made his move yet and the surrounding S.P.A.C. seemingly solidified. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his pupils also constricted slightly, revealing a solemn expression. It seemed like this guy wasn't a complete braggart either. Just based on this move, it was not a difficult matter for the current Aou to annihilate a second Firmament Empyrean too. Boundless Big Dipper Fist? Indeed have some degrees of a likeness. It's just too bad that you're still far too lacking. Yi Yuan said coolly. Aou said with a cold smile, stop pretending. Axi. Oh, see. KY again after receiving this punch. A hint of an amused smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and his 2 hands formed a circle in front of his chest without any discontinuity. A ball of light emerged in Yi Yuan's palm. No petrifying aura, everything appeared so serene. Aou's movement and Yi Yuan's motionlessness formed a sharp contrast. Seeing this scene, Aou's pupils could not help constricting as he cried out in surprise, Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand. This isn't possible. You just broke through to the Empyrean realm, so how can you possibly cultivate the Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand so fast? Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, cultivate? Doesn't exist. Didn't anybody tell you that I'm of the atavism dragon soul? Aou's expression changed drastically, looking at Yi Yuan with a stunned expression. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually of the atavism dragon soul. In reality, progenitor Long Qin had long mastered the universe Dragon Claw's 4th form, Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand. After Yi Yuan broke through to rank 7, Yi Yuan grasped his martial technique naturally. Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand was famously hard to cultivate in the Dragon Clan. Many Empyrean powerhouses cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years and were only dabblers too. Hence, many people rather went to awaken innate divine abilities than be willing to spend hundreds of thousands of years to go and cultivate this martial technique. However, Long Qin's talent was immensely high and cultivated this martial technique to the realm of grand completion. Hence, the moment Yi Yuan made his move, it was the grand completion realm Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand. As for cultivation, this sort of dreary thing, to the atavism dragon soul Yi Yuan, it did not exist at all. At this time, a myriad of profanities galloped across in Aou's heart. At the outside world, the group of heavenly emperors already burst into an uproar. Just how many trump cards does this guy have? The power of Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand already doesn't lose to ordinary innate divine abilities. How did he master the Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand when he just broke through to Empyrean realm? This is really a fierce struggle between 2 evenly matched opponents. Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand matching up against the boundless Big Dipper Fist. It's not easy to say who wins and who loses. Seeing everyone's stunned appearance, Long Xiaochun had a smug look. Cultivate? What the hell is that? Yi Yuan doesn't need to cultivate at all to grasp the Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand. Long Xiaochun said with a smug look. Everyone was taken aback when he heard that, but Morningstar's eyes glimmered and he said, could this boy be of the atavism dragon soul? Long Xiaochun nodded and said with a smile, Yi Yuan's progenitor is my mother's elder brother, Long Qin. This Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand, uncle, he must have mastered it long ago. Hence, Yi Yuan doesn't need to cultivate at all. Ao Qi's face changed and he cried out in surprise, Long Qin. The son of the Heavenly Dragon, who was known as the one with the greatest talent in your Rain Dragon stronghold? Long Xiaochun shook her head and said, that I'm not clear. But Morningstar nodded slightly and said, I've also heard of him before. It was said that he had high hopes of entering Heavenly Dragon Mountain back then. But due to a momentary show of bravery, he barged into the Dragon Eye Cave. In the end, he was not heard of since. I didn't expect that such a monster actually emerged among his descendants. Although only the tip of the iceberg was revealed with regards to Yi Yuan's strength, these heavenly emperors were all perfectly aware. Yi Yuan already Serpa, as said his predecessor. However, these heavenly emperors only saw the scene from the light screen and did not know the actual situation in the mist battlefield. Yi Yuan's transient heavenly dragon hand did not have an earth-shaking power, as if it was an old well without ripples. In Aou's view, Yi Yuan's move was an empty show. Aou naturally would not be silly enough to think that Yi Yuan was putting on a showy air to deal with him. On the contrary, his hairs were currently standing on end. A feeling of incredible danger welled up in his head. It was just that he who had awakened a second time did not believe in fate. So what even if transient heavenly dragon hand? I don't believe that a mere martial technique can break my second awakening innate divine ability. Boundless Big Dipper Fist. Kill for me! As he roared, Aou executed the boundless Big Dipper Fist. This punch was indomitable, displaying the dragon race's domineeringness in its entirety. The spirit of the true dragon behind him suddenly struck a fist out. Heaven and earth trembled because of it. The Aou previously relied on precisely this move to overpower Long 7. Facing this heaven-shocking blow, Yi Yuan was completely oblivious. He just pushed lightly, the light ball in his palm suddenly vanished. Bang! Virtually instantaneously, an earth-shaking explosion sound erupted. The Ma's Civ true dragon spirit was blown into pieces by an inexplicable force in an instant. Aou's pupils constricted, wanting to flee, but it was already too late. His surroundings were already enveloped by an inexplicable power, then it started exploding crazily. Bang! 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 After the explosions, Aou fell to the ground feebly, akin to a pile of rotten mud. Seeing the Yi Yuan who slowly walked in front of him, Aou's eyes were like dead ashes. He was unresigned. Originally thought that the mist battlefield was the place where he would experience a nirvanic rebirth. Who could have thought that it actually became his land of demise? He defeated the Long 7, who ranked in the top 3, but he completely lost to Yi Yuan. Chapter 2169. Cannot bear to look straight. Chapter 2169. Cannot bear to look straight. Why is it like this? Even if it's the transient heavenly dragon hand, it's also impossible to be this strong, right? Just what profound mystery is there involved? Long Tianyu looked at the Yi Yuan on the light screen, befuddlement written all over his eyes. It was true that transient heavenly dragon hand was strong. But the boundless Big Dipper Fist should be stronger. Even if Yi Yuan had the augmentation of perfect seventh transformation, it was also impossible to make Aou be defeated so utterly, right? The other heavenly emperors were the same too, very perplexed by this outcome. They were not concerned about Aou's life or death, but they were very interested in the reason for Yi Yuan's might. Who cares what profound mystery he has? Winning says it all. Didn't you say earlier that Yi Yuan doesn't have chances of winning? Long Xiaochun napped the chance and smacked Long Tianyu's face viciously. Long Tianyu's old face turned red, and he awkwardly did not dare to speak. But Morningstar was absorbed in thought and slowly said, If I didn't see wrongly, Yi Yuan should have grasped the method to withdraw his strength. This kind of method can let the martial technique's power condense without releasing, focusing onto one point. It looks ordinary, but once it erupts, it will be akin to a monstrous wave or floodwaters, being unstoppable. This way, the power that the martial technique erupts with might be 2 times, even several times of the original. What? There's actually still such an approach. This is also too freakies. Plus, this kind of method is equivalent to forcefully raising the martial technique up a level. No wonder the boundless Big Dipper fist was also too weak to stand against in front of him. Why have I never heard of such an approach before? These heavenly emperor powerhouses had all lived for countless years. Logically speaking, they were all people who had vast experiences and knowledge. But the power that Yi Yuan displayed, they actually never heard of it before. Just how many fortuitous encounters did this brat have before? Morningstar shook his head and said, "This kind of method was very popular in the last epoch, but it has already been lost long ago. This emperor saw before just a few words in Heavenly Dragon Mountain's ancient records. Yi Yuan's method is very similar to what's recorded in the ancient records." The group of heavenly emperors exchanged glances, all shocked until they could not speak. Following Yi Yuan's one trump card after another being exposed, the shock in their hearts grew greater and greater. In the mist battlefield, Yi Yuan looked at the AOU beneath his feet and said coolly, "There is no why. It's because you're too weak. So what if second awakening? You're unable to even force out my true strength. Just this bit of strength and you also want to kill me?" AOU's eyes were ashen, full of disbelief. Already fought to such an extent, Yi Yuan actually did not exert his full strength yet? Just where did this guy's limits lie? However, everything was not important anymore. Yi Yuan stomped a foot down, directly ending his life. Long Zheng had no grudges nor enmity with him. Yi Yuan would not deal a killing blow. AOU wanted to kill him. He naturally would not hold back either. Seeing this scene, Aochi also shook his head slightly and sighed incessantly. He did not expect that Purple Dragon's stronghold produced two peerless rare geniuses. In the end, it actually wrapped up in such a manner. Yi Yuan retrieved the dragon origin crystal and continued walking in the mist battlefield. He walked leisurely and did not have much scruples. In this mist battlefield, someone capable of harming him had not been born yet. If he could not even deal with those in the same rank, that would also be too weak. But got to admit, these sons of the heavenly dragon were all very strong. Jumping realms and fighting was no object too. If AOU went out of the mist battlefield, he would likely be able to break through to Toe Third Firmament Empyrean realm very soon. With his combat strength, even if he encountered a fourth Firmament Empyrean, he would also have the strength to protect himself. One had to know, a fourth Firmament Empyrean versus a third Firmament Empyrean, it was virtually a situation of getting crushed. But in the same rank, it was far too difficult for someone to want to beat Yi Yuan. Along with the Paas, Sage of Time, the sons of the heavenly dragon in the mist battlefield became fewer and fewer. The remainder were all elite. The battle situations also became increasingly fiercer. After Yi Yuan wasted two sons of the heavenly dragon, he ran into Long Seven unexpectedly. Long Seven did not withdraw out of the mist battlefield. He was only defeated by AOU and did not lose his combat strength. After retreating, he continued searching for dragon origin crystals again. When Long Seven saw Yi Yuan, his gaze turned cold and he said haughtily, "It's you, this KY fellow? Get lost, otherwise die." When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he could not help failing to suppress his laughter. These guys were really more KY than the previous ones, all speaking the same tune when talking. Yi Yuan completely ignored him. He walked over toward the dragon origin crystal leisurely. Long Seven's two eyes narrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Take another step forward and I'll make your blood splatter on the spot." Long Seven did not know, but the face of the Long Zifeng outside turned green. In the mist battlefield, however big the commotion of two peoples fighting, the others were completely unaware too. Long Seven was completely unaware that the AOU who beat him was already trampled to death by Yi Yuan with 1 foot. Now, the Long Seven who did not know the inside story actually still ran in front of Yi Yuan to posture. Wasn't this an old person eating a.r.s. Enoch being tired of living? When the group of heavenly emperors saw this scene, they could not help finding it funny. Even Aochi also could not resist mocking. Long Zifeng, Long 7 is aiming for top 3. As long as he takes Yi Yuan down, entering the top 3 should be certain. Oh right, you said that you have the capital to be arrogant in front of our purple dragon stronghold. Now it's time for you to be arrogant. The group of heavenly emperors exclaimed into laughter. How could the current Long Zifeng still be arrogant? He just snorted coldly, but his gaze carried a trace of hope, hoping for Long 7 to not make a move against Yi Yuan. But very sadly, Long 7 still made a move. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not take him seriously at all, continuing to walk towards the dragon origin crystal, Long 7 gave a cold snort and said in a chilly voice, refusing face when it's given. Do you really take yourself to be someone notable? Since you're seeking death yourself, then you can't blame me. Dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. Long 7 had also awakened 2 innate divine abilities, but his heavenly dragon mark did not have a second awakening, so his strength was still a shade inferior to Aou. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to talk nonsense. Casually throwing out a grand universe palm, he directly sent Long 7 flying. Long 7 fell to the ground, a look of shock on his face. This is impossible. Grand universe palm actually broke my dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter? Long 7's eyes were full of disbelief. The words that Yi Yuan said before entering, Long 7 did not take it to heart at all. A fellow whose heavenly dragon mark did not awaken, what strength could he have? But now, he discovered that he was wrong. Absurdly wrong. Yi Yuan's strength was really very strong. Yi Yuan took down the dragon origin crystal and said coolly, "You should have comprehended the boundless Big Dipper fist too, right? If you're unconvinced, you can use it and see." Contempt. Blatantly looking down. Long 7 was full of pride. How could he endure this goading? "Punk, since you want to die, then I'll send you off." Long 7's gaze turned cold, the spirit of true dragon stirring once more. Boundless Big Dipper fist suddenly erupted. He did not know, but the outside world's Long Zifeng shut his eyes painfully, unable to bear to look at this scene anymore. Sure enough, with a bang, Long 7's body was smacked flying out once more like a kite with a broken string. However, Yi Yuan showed mercy this time, letting Long 7 to withdraw out of the mist battlefield safely. Chapter 2170. Divine Lightning Devastation. Chapter 2170. Divine Lightning Devastation, sigh. You shouldn't have provoked Yi Yuan. Seeing Long 7, Long Zifeng could not help sighing as he said. Long 7 endured the pain and said with gritted teeth, "How can this fellow be so strong?" Long Zifeng said with a bitter smile, "Strong? Atavism dragon soul, perfect 7th transformation, a secret art to contract his strength, can he not be strong? Aou provoked Yi Yuan and was trampled to death by him with 1 foot already. For you being able to come out safely was already him showing leniency. Now, there's probably only Long Yuan who can have a showdown with him." Long 7 had a dumbfounded stare, his mouth gaping. How could he have thought that Yi Yuan's trumps cards were actually so numerous? Furthermore, each trump card was sufficient to shock the soul. He actually still looked for trouble, posturing in front of Yi Yuan. Fortunately, there were not many people left in the mist battlefield currently. He was kicked out 7th from the last. This was also to say that in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time, he was ranked 7th, rather fitting with his name. Suddenly, a heavenly emperor cried out in surprise, "Quickly look! Yi Yuan and Long Yuan have met. This time, it's really the strong characters meeting. The victor among them will probably be the champion this time." Yi Yuan sensed the position of the dragon origin crystals and mped into Long Yuan head-on. When he saw Yi Yuan, Long Yuan was slightly taken aback. He did not expect that Yi Yuan could actually walk until now. Not encountering Yi Yuan for such a long time, he even thought that Yi Yuan was finished off long ago. Being able to get to this point looks like you still have a bit of strength. However, you shouldn't be so cky. Long Yuan said coolly with his hands behind his back. These words were clearly not planning on letting Yi Yuan off. The words that Yi Yuan said outside had clearly triggered him, this Sons of the Heavenly Dragon's #1 person's pride. That kind of word that showed disdain upon all geniuses, only he was worthy to say it. Yi Yuan said with a light smile, cky, is it? I don't think so. I was just stating a fact. Is that so? Long Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, his palm struck out. It was actually a transient heavenly dragon hand. This move was quick as lightning and actually did not even need the time to cast the spell. Making a move at a word of disagreement. Die! Long Yuan shouted coldly. Yi Yuan was already a dead person in his eyes. Yi Yuan laughed coldly and with a backhand, it was a grand universe palm. Bang! The two people each fell back several steps and stabilized their figures. Long Yuan let out a light cry of surprise. Clearly, he was very surprised by Yi Yuan's strength. Outside word, the group of heavenly emperors were extremely shocked. Long Yuan actually mastered the transient heavenly dragon hand too. This kid is truly monstrous. Yi Yuan merely relied on the atavism dragon soul in order to master the transient heavenly dragon hand. But Long Yuan cultivated by relying on his own talent. In comparison, whoever is superior can be determined at once. Up until now, there has yet to be someone who forced out his true strength. Wonder if Yi Yuan can do it or not. The moment the two people attacked, the group of heavenly emperors all leaned toward Long Yuan one-sidedly. It was not that Yi Yuan was not amazing, but it was that Long Yuan that was seriously too mysterious. Up until now, an body could force him to use his innate divine abilities at all. Even the transient heavenly dragon hand, it was the first time he used it. They had practically seen all of Yi Yuan's trump cards. But Long Yuan's trump cards, they did not see it at all. Was it that Long Yuan's opponents were not strong? Of course not. Long Yuan already wiped out quite a few powerful sons of the heavenly dragon walking until now. Some people's strengths were even stronger than the AOU after evolving. But even so, an body could force out Long Yuan's true strength either. It could be seen how mysterious he was. In contrast, the strength that Yi Yuan displayed was practically his limit already. Hence, everyone naturally felt more optimistic about Long Yuan. The reason why Heavenly Dragon's stronghold was powerful was that their bloodline was extremely strong. One should not look at how AOU awakened his Heavenly Dragon mark a second time. Because when comparing bloodlines, he might even be inferior to Long Yuan who only awakened once. This was the magnitude of disparity, and also the difference in talent. It was impossible to make up for. Long Yuan looked at Yi Yuan and said rather surprisedly, "Indeed have some skill, to actually be able to block my transient heavenly dragon hand with the grand universe palm. You have the qualifications to make me a little serious." Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "Another arrogant fellow. You're getting a little serious. It's just that, I don't know whether you can make me a little serious or not." Long Yuan had an appearance of looking down from high above as he said coolly, "You'd best be a little more serious. Otherwise, when I make my move, you won't have the chance to be serious anymore." Finished talking, Long Yuan's vital energy surged to the sky. A true dragon spirit appeared behind him. It was Dragon Tyrannical Evanescent Slaughter again. However, Long Yuan's Dragon Tyrannical Evanescent Slaughter was more than a magnitude stronger than AOU's. That true dragon spirit's aura gave Yi Yuan a feeling of MT Tai bearing down from above. To be able to force me to use an innate divine ability, you can be sufficiently proud. Now you can go and die. Long Yuan had an appearance of having everything under control, suddenly striking a palm out. Yi Yuan laughed lightly, true transient heavenly dragon hand firing out fiercely. Bang! Two forces dissipated with a loud bang, returning to serenity. Evenly matched once again. Long Yuan's eyes narrowed, clearly not expecting that Yi Yuan would actually know the transient heavenly dragon hand too. Furthermore, before this move erupted, there was actually not the slightest trace of undulation. That instant they exchanged blows, Long Yuan felt a force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas erupt, making him almost lose control of himself. Similar to the transient heavenly dragon hand, the power of Yi Yuan's move was no idea how many times stronger than him. He realized that he still underestimated Yi Yuan in the end. This fellow was not simple. However, it was also just not simple. To the arrogant Long Yuan, there was nothing that he had respect for. This is the strength after you get serious? It's also nothing much. Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Since you're in a hurry to seek death, I'll send you off then." It was only to see him open both hands, bending his fingers to form claws, suspending above in midair. Behind him, a true dragon spirit appeared once more. This time, the true dragon spirit was more solid than any time that Yi Yuan had seen before in the past. A fierce wind swept up, Long Yuan's hair fluttered, akin to a G-O-D crack, crack, crack. Countless electric currents were flowing above the void. The entire mist battlefield seemed to have transformed into an endless lightning sea. Long Yuan used his eyes like looking at an ant as he looked toward Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Do you see it? This is my true strength after getting serious." The second innate divine abilities that others comprehended are mostly boundless Big Dipper fists. But my bloodline power is far purer than theirs. The second innate divine ability that I comprehended is this divine lightning devastation. This divine lightning is Dipper lightning that drives the heavens, not within the 5 elements. It's the lightning that the spirit of the true dragon controls, capable of annihilating myriad life on earth. Seeing this divine ability, you can die contently. At the outside world, the group of heavenly emperors was long already staring dumbfoundedly, and their mouths agape. No one thought that Long Yuan's talent was actually so great. For the second innate divine ability, he actually awakened divine lightning devastation. Monster. This is a true monster. Divine lightning devastation. Sons of the heavenly dragon capable of awakening this innate divine ability are 1 in a million. This kid is bound to be another major power of my dragon clan in the future. Chapter 2171. Stomping Heavens Chosen Underfoot. Chapter 2171. Stomping Heavens Chosen Underfoot. The heavenly emperor powerhouses were long already motionless. Their reaction was sufficient to prove how great the shock that Long Yuan's strength brought to them was. Long Tianyu stroked his bear and said with a smile, "You guys are also looking down on Long Yuan too much. This isn't his true strength. However, using it to deal with Yi Yuan is sufficient." What? This still isn't all of his strength? When Long Zifeng heard this, his eyes almost popped out. Divine lightning devastation, without heaven-defying talent, there was simply no way to awaken it. But Long Tianyu said that this was still not Long Yuan's true strength. Then how horrifying was this guy's true strength? The group of heavenly emperors could not help but somewhat start having doubts about life. Long Tianyu had a smug look and said with a faint smile, "Long Yuan is my heavenly dragon stronghold's most talented son of the heavenly dragon in this 1,000,000 years, not one of. His talent can be ranked even when looking at the entire dragon clan. In the future, it's virtually a sure bet for him to become a transcendent heavenly emperor." All of the heavenly emperors were speechless. Originally they thought that Yi Yuan could become a black horse in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time, or even pose a threat to Long Yuan. But looking at it now, everyone was thinking too much. Yi Yuan's talent was not even worthy of carrying Long Yuan's shoes. So what if atavism dragon soul? So what if perfect seventh transformation? The dragon race's strongest talent was still bloodline power, still innate divine abilities. Morningstar nodded slightly, revealing a look of approval. Clearly, he was very satisfied with Long Yuan. This time, even Long Xiaochun did not dare to speak out and shoot Long Tianyu anymore, because she was also somewhat in doubt about whether Yi Yuan could withstand such a terrifying lightning sea anymore. In the midst of the endless lightning sea, Long Yuan stood proudly. Now, do you know the disparity between you and me? 1,000 years later, you simply won't be able to imagine my realm. Didn't even comprehend innate divine abilities, just the likes of a trash like you also dare to talk wildly about talent? Long Yuan said with a disdainful look. Yi Yuan had no joy nor sorrow on his face and said calmly, "Who told you that I didn't comprehend an innate divine ability?" Long Yuan's expression changed, but then he saw the bloodline pressure on Yi Yuan's body suddenly erupt. That imposing momentum was actually not much weaker than him. The spirit of a true dragon transformed into an enormous dragon and revolved around Yi Yuan. It was actually like a living thing. An aura that came from great antiquity made the entire lightning sea start trembling. That boundless dipper lightning that drove the heavens actually seemed to have intelligence, not daring to approach Yi Yuan. Long Yuan's expression changed wildly, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. What kind of innate divine ability is that? Why have I never seen it before? Long Zifeng cried out in surprise. Not just him, all of the heavenly emperors had blank looks on their faces. Clearly, they all had not seen Yi Yuan's innate divine ability before. Only the light in Morningstar's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Heretic Dragon Dominating S.P.A.C. How long has it been since anyone in my dragon clan has awakened it? Morningstar said with an emotional sigh. Long Xiaochun seemed to understand and not understand and asked doubtfully, Heretic Dragon Dominating S.P.A.C.? It sounds like it's very bada. SS. Is it very impressive? Heretic Dragon Dominating S.P.A.C. It's actually Heretic Dragon Dominating S.P.A.C. This wouldn't be the legendary innate divine ability, right? Long Zifeng trembled all over and cried out in surprise. My God! The first innate divine ability that this fellow awakened is actually Heretic Dragon Dominating S.P.A.C.? A heavenly emperor cried out strangely. I take back my words before. These two people are both monsters. There was an uproar among the heavenly emperors, being stunned by the scene before their eyes. Only Long Tianyu's expression looked somewhat unnatural. Morningstar nodded and replied Long Xiaochun. A very impressive innate divine ability. Our dragon race is a species that heaven looks after, with our bloodline containing the power of heavenly Tao. Therefore, the innate divine abilities that we awaken are extremely powerful. However, dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter, this level of innate divine ability, compared to heretic dragon dominating S.P.A.C., is far too lacking. Even divine lightning devastation is also a magnitude weaker compared to heretic dragon dominating S.P.A.C. Heretic dragon dominating S.P.A.C. is an innate divine ability that contains spatial law, bringing the might of heaven and earth, the power being unimaginable. More importantly, this innate divine ability, it's already been at least 10 million years since anyone has awakened it in my dragon clan. Long Xiaochun sucked in a breath and cried out in surprise, so incredible? Yi Yuan's spatial law is very formidable. No wonder he can awaken this innate divine ability. Morningstar said in surprise, so that's how it is, no wonder. The awakening of our dragon clan's innate divine abilities is actually closely related to the inclinations of our bloodline. In Long Yuan's bloodline, lightning attribute laws are the most lively, so he awakened divine lightning devastation. But wanting to awaken heretic dragon dominating S.P. A.C. can't be accomplished by merely having slight knowledge about spatial law. It looks like Yi Yuan's spatial law is at least rank 6 and above. Hearing Morningstar's A.N.A. Lysis, the group of heavenly emperors was dumbfounded. Witnessing Long Yuan's talent earlier, each and every one of them was incredibly shocked and immediately cast Yi Yuan aside like a pair of worn-out shoes. They did not think that in a blink of an eye, the talent that Yi Yuan displayed immediately overshadowed Long Yuan. They naturally did not know that Yi Yuan broke through rank 7 at the same time with his perfect 7th transformation plus essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths. Under such a stimulation, awakening a formidable innate divine ability was merely ordinary. These two people's talents already completely exceeded the heavenly emperor's expectations. Just as the group of heavenly emperors was in shock, Long Yuan and Yi Yuan, two people were dealing blow for blow and already reached a white-hot stage. Long Yuan saw that the situation was not good. It was naturally impossible to give Yi Yuan another chance to display his innate divine ability. Lightning punishment. Obliterate for me. It was only to see him shake a finger. Hundreds and thousands of wrist-thick blots of dipper lightning that drove the heavens suddenly fell down from the void. Long Yuan was akin to a sovereign who controlled divine lightning, his momentum unstoppable. Amidst the endless lightning sea, an enormous circular-shaped aura seemed to be like another world. Yi Yuan was situated inside. Suddenly, he took a step out. Roar! The spirit of the true dragon gave an Astonies. Hi+ing roar. Dragon claw virtually synchronizing with Yi Yuan, it stepped onto the void. Bang! This step, the entire heaven and earth trembled. The S.P.A.C. of the mist battlefield seemed to have been trampled into pieces. Those hundreds and thousands of bolts of dipper lightning that drove the heavens were actually forcefully scattered away by the power of this stamp. Long Yuan only felt a sweetness in his throat, a mouthful of blood mist spraying out wildly, already sustaining heavy injuries. The lightning sea dissipated, the true dragon vanished. Everything returned to tranquility. Yi Yuan stood in the air, but swapped positions with Long Yuan, looking down from above. Under this stomp, it trampled all of Long Yuan's pride to smithereens. This is your so-called talent? So-called pride? Very ordinary. Wonder if I have the qualifications to talk about 1,000 years later now? Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Yuan's eyes were full of unwillingness. He had always thought that he was the Dragon Clan's junior generation's strongest genius. In Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, he had never encountered a match before. His pride was higher than the heavens. But today, somebody actually trampled all of his pride underfoot. He was unwilling. He was unresigned. All of a sudden, the heavenly dragon mark on Long Yuan's forehead seemed to burn like a cluster of fire. Yi Yuan's brows raised up slightly, a little surprised. At the outside world, the group of heavenly emperors cried out in surprise one after another. Long Yuan awakened a second time. Chapter 2172. Long Yuan's True Trump Card. Chapter 2172. Long Yuan's True Trump Card. Second Awakening. Long Yuan awakened a second time. Really have to thank Yi Yuan. If not for his stimulation, it would really not be so easy for Long Yuan to want to awaken a second time. Long Tianyu could not resist letting out a burst of loud laughter when he saw the Long Yuan on the light screen. To a son of the heavenly dragon, the stronger the bloodline, the harder it was to awaken. Long Yuan's bloodline could be said to be the strongest existence among the group of sons of the heavenly dragon. Him being able to awaken once in itself already ill. U.S. trotted that his talent was Astonies. Hi+ing. But wanting to awaken a second time, even if he refined numerous dragon origin crystals, he might not be able to accomplish it too. However, under Yi Yuan's powerful pressure, Long Yuan's heavenly dragon mark actually awakened a second time. First awakening, bloodline rose sharply by 10 times. Under the augmentation of bloodline, the advancement of the son of the heavenly dragon was all round. Long Zifeng also said in surprise, I didn't expect that Yi Yuan is peerlessly talented, but then at the end he actually became a wedding gown for Long Yuan. Looks like the battle of dragon sons this time. It's still Long Yuan who wins by a notch in the end. A heavenly emperor said, a shame. With Yi Yuan's potential, if given time, his achievements might not be beneath Long Yuan's. It's just that. Long Yuan awakened a second time. He probably wouldn't let him off. In the mist battlefield, Long Yuan's vital energy surged to the sky. The bloodline pressure that suffused the air was significantly stronger than before. Yi Yuan looked at this scene rather interestedly and did not interrupt the other party in FLU's terror and exasperation. Ha ha! Yi Yuan, really got to thank you. If not for you, I still wouldn't know when my second awakening would have to wait until. Long Yuan said with a wild laugh. At this very moment, Long Yuan felt unprecedentedly well, feeling that he was unprecedentedly powerful. His bloodline power was extremely strong in the first place. Now that it awakened a second time, it soared wildly by 10 times. This kind of increment was sufficient to insta-kill everything to a genius like him. You're welcome. Honestly speaking, your bit of strength previously wasn't enough for me to warm up yet. Hope that you don't disappoint me this time, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Provoking. Blatant provocation. Even if your strength skyrocketed, I'll still look down on you. Long Yuan's eyes narrowed and he said in a solemn voice, very well. I'll let you understand how serious the consequences of provoking me is. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said coolly, I'm waiting. Long Yuan was triggered by Yi Yuan's nonchalant attitude until he was going crazy. He stared at Yi Yuan coldly and said, You must think that divine lightning devastation is my limit, right? Let me tell you. Unfortunately for you, I already comprehended the third innate divine ability before my second awakening. After the second awakening, the power of innate divine abilities skyrockets by 10 times. I want to see what you'll use to block. Watch closely. 5 elements divine punishment, heavenly lightning. Lightning see again. But this time, it was vastly different from that time before. The taste of 5 elements law pervaded the air. 5 colored lightning interweaved and fluctuated above the void. It was as if it was a dreamland, beautiful and luscious, a grand sight, but behind this magnificent scenery, it contained tremendous danger. Seeing this 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, Yi Yuan could not help thinking of the greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation that he had once transcended in the immortal grove world. It was just that Long Yuan's innate divine ability was no idea how many levels higher compared to that greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation. 5 elements heavenly lightning concealed above the 9th heaven, shocking the world. At the outside world was boiling over with excitement long ago. This kid actually comprehended a third innate divine ability. 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning. This innate divine ability can be said to be the strongest lightning attribute. It's said that when cultivated to the extreme, it can virtually stand on par with lightning ancestor. Truly broaden my horizons today. These 2 great geniuses are truly each more Astonies. Hi plus ing than the other. Although they were all heavenly emperor powerhouses, in front of sons of the heavenly dragon, especially in front of sons of the heavenly dragon like Long Yuan and Yi Yuan, they were nothing at all. As long as they stepped into the realm of heavenly emperor in the future, they could one-shot them with one hand. This kind of genius, they were the true major power candidates. As long as them had sufficient time, they would be able to make the entire heaven-span world trembled. 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning was one of the dragon clan's strongest innate divine abilities. It virtually represented the limits of lightning attribute laws. Following the increase in Long Yuan's strength, the power of this innate divine ability would grow with each Pa's Sing day. After Long Yuan reached the realm of transcendent heavenly emperor, its power would be extremely terrifying. If the lightning ancestor did not emerge, who could contend? Even Morningstar also stood up agitatedly, looking at that high and mighty figure on the light screen with a look of pleasant surprise. Ha ha! Really didn't expect that such a great talent actually appeared in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time. My dragon clan shall descend upon Heavenspan world and make the world tremble. Tianyu, you hid from this emperor so bitterly, Morningstar said agitatedly. Long Tianyu was clearly in the know long ago. The smugness on his face currently could not be concealed no matter what. Heh, Lord Morningstar, it wasn't that Tianyu had the intention of hiding it. Originally, I thought that Long Yuan wouldn't use this final move. I didn't expect that it was actually forced out by Yi Yuan. It's Long Yuan who decided to tell you after the Battle of Dragon Sons. Long Tianyu said with a smile. The other heavenly emperors had envious looks on their faces. Toward such a genius that was hard to come by in a million years, who did not want? As the saying went, when one man attained Tao, his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven too. When Long Yuan entered Heavenly Dragon Mountain in the future, Heavenly Dragon's stronghold's strength would definitely scale new height. The disparity would grow bigger and bigger. Long Xiaochun pursed her mouth at one side, clearly very unhappy with Morningstar's performance. He was still very optimistic about Yi Yuan just now. In a blink of an eye, he leaned toward Long Yuan again. Electric current revolved around Long Yuan, his body emitting an extremely horrifying aura. 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning was an extremely formidable innate divine ability in the first place. Its power was even a notch stronger than heretic dragon dominating S.P.A.C. Now, he awakened a second time. It could be seen how powerful this innate divine ability was. He looked at Yi Yuan as if looking at a dead person. Tremble. To be able to die under the divine punishment, you can be sufficiently proud. 5 elements heavenly lightning, divine punishment. A hint of cruelty flashed across the corners of Long Yuan's mouth, akin to the heavenly Tao which ruled the world, deciding Yi Yuan's life and death. Only to see him reach his hand out and beckon, lightning snakes that filled the sky ran wild like a host of demons dancing in riotous revelry, galloping towards Yi Yuan. At this very moment, even if Yi Yuan used heretic dragon dominating S.P.A.C. this move, it would be totally impossible to salvage the deteriorating situation too. Yi Yuan. Long Xiaochun's face turned white as she cried out in surprise. Although she could not feel the power of 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning. Just based on the frenzied scene on the light screen, Long Xiaochun could determine just how perilous Yi Yuan was at this moment. Morningstar sighed slightly. In his view, Yi Yuan would definitely die without a doubt under the 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning. At this moment, everyone sentenced Yi Yuan to the death penalty. One awakened a second time, one did not awaken. This enormous gap made people unable to find any excuse at all to feel that Yi Yuan had a chance to escape with his life. However, from start until now, Yi Yuan never moved all along. He did not even release an innate divine ability to face the enemy. However, just as the endless lightning was about to engulf him, Yi Yuan's lips moved. Yes, what moved was only his lips. Chapter 2173. Your realm is unimaginable. Chapter 2173. Your realm is unimaginable. Immobilize. Yi Yuan's mouth lightly spat out a word. The next second the entire world was frozen. The resplendent lightning snakes, 5-colored lightning, dancing fog, including Long Yuan, everything and everything was frozen. The entire world was like a painting, being completely still. Those crazily dancing 5-colored lightning snakes, all of them stopped on top of Yi Yuan's head. Just like a kind of liquid that suddenly met with extreme cold, instantly being frozen. This scene was incomparably bizarre. Time, S.P. A.C. was seemingly completely frozen. Suddenly, a hint of disharmony flashed past in the painting. Somebody moved. It was Yi Yuan. Only to see him take a step out, his figure instantly crossing a distance of thousands of feet, arriving in front of Long Yuan. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan's punch slammed onto Long Yuan's face, directly blasting him flying. At this time, a breath had just passed. Time seemed to flow once more. The fog moved along with the wind once again. However, that endless lightning sea dissipated with a loud bang, as if it had never appeared before. 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning was broken. At the outside world, all of the heavenly emperor's thoughts were seemingly frozen by Yi Yuan's one immobilize word. Of course, it was not that they were really immobilized, but that they were completely shocked by what happened on the light screen, resulting in forgetting to think. All the way until a breath later did their thoughts similarly recover and move. What happened just now? Why do I feel like the entire mist world turned static? 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning was broken just like this? Could it be, at this time, Morningstar slowly nodded his head, his eyes full of astonishment as he said, "Time freeze," which is also a immobilization art. The moment these words came out, the platform immediately burst into an uproar. All of the heavenly emperor's faces were full of a crazed look. That's impossible. Time freeze, this is one of the dragon race's strongest innate divine abilities, capable of making it completely still within a certain range. He just broke through to Empyrean realm and didn't even awaken the heavenly dragon mark. But then he comprehended this mighty divine ability? Long Tianyu shouted shrilly. Just a breath ago, he was still sentencing Yi Yuan to death, thinking that Yi Yuan was dead without a doubt. After a breath later, Yi Yuan used the art of time freeze and slapped his face. Of course, it also slapped everyone's faces. Everyone did not expect, and it was also impossible to expect that Yi Yuan actually grasped this Astoni's HI+ing divine ability. One breath. Very short. Very, very short. Fleeting. But this one breath was enough for Yi Yuan to do too many things. Such as, breaking the 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning with one punch. Powerful until the 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, which shocked all of the heavenly emperors, was broken by Yi Yuan just like that. Time freeze. Legends say that that's a mighty divine ability that only the progenitor knows. It can be said to be a paramount divine ability among innate divine abilities. It was actually grasped by him? Long Zifeng already did not know what he should say. Apart from shock, it was extreme astonishment. The talent that Yi Yuan displayed already rendered them thoroughly speechless. Was Long Yuan's talent very strong? Yes. But Long Yuan's talent was completely not worth mentioning in front of Yi Yuan. That was the distance between a firefly and the bright moon. If everyone was still immersing in the elation of obtaining a genius at the beginning, now, they even had a trace of fear. When a person's talent surpassed everyone's understanding, he would be viewed as monstrous. That was an aberrant life form. The current Yi Yuan was an aberrant life form in the eyes of the group of heavenly emperors. Morningstar sighed lightly and slowly said, "We all underestimated Yi Yuan. Being able to be bestowed a heavenly dragon mark by a major power in the clan, how could Yi Yuan be ordinary? It's just that this emperor also didn't expect that he could even comprehend time freeze, this kind of mighty divine ability." In the mist battlefield, Long Yuan looked at Yi Yuan with a look of horror. Just now, he thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. Suddenly in an instant, a strange power suddenly appeared, thoroughly binding him. In the eyes, the world was completely still. He struggled desperately, wanting to break free of this strange power. But everything was futile. Whatever heavenly dragon mark, whatever 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, in front of this strange power, it was not worth mentioning at all. That feeling was seemingly like he was facing heavenly Tao. Insignificant. He just felt that he was too insignificant. Then, he was wrecked. Time freeze. This is time freeze. You? How can you possibly comprehend this innate divine ability? This isn't possible. This is impossible. Long Yuan said with a look of shock. Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said coolly, "You can't do it, but doesn't mean that others can't do it. There's nothing impossible in this world. It's just that with your realm, you're unable to imagine it. That's all." Long Yuan's entire body trembled, his eyes full of decadence. He praised himself to be the Dragon Clan's #1 genius in 1,000,000 years, and could show disdain for the world. Comprehending the 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, he was once pleased with himself, thinking that no one could do it anymore. But the height that Yi Yuan was standing at was far beyond his reach. Impossible. I'm a genuine dragon. How can I possibly be inferior to you, this half-human, half-dragon, lowly life form? 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, annihilate for me. Long Yuan suddenly launched an attack. Horrifying 5-colored lightning fell from the sky, falling straight down. The pride in his chest made him unable to accept this result at all. Only a short while ago, he thought that he could casually eradicate Yi Yuan. But now, he discovered that he was so laughable. He was unable to accept this result. Hence, he wanted to kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he said in a chilly voice, reckless and blind, "Immobilize." Yi Yuan's lips moved lightly, the word immobilize was spat out of his mouth again. One word leaving the mouth, even with his strength, he felt drained too. This kind of great divine ability, it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to release it limitlessly. Furthermore, the time of the time freeze this time did not even reach half a breath. However, it was sufficient to kill Long Yuan. From the start until now, Long Yuan always had a high and mighty appearance. Attacking time and again, it all wanted to kill him. If it were others, they would probably have been killed by Long Yuan no idea how many times already. Until now, this guy still refused to come to his senses. Did he really take him to be a good two-shoes? On the platform, when Morningstar saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically as he cried out in alarm, "Not good! Yi Yuan wants to kill Long Yuan." Virtually without thinking, Morningstar fired out several spells in a row. A light beam suddenly charged into the mist battlefield, and actually directly smashed time freeze. The light beam directly covered Long Yuan, bringing him out of the mist battlefield. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, very unhappy in his heart. He knew that someone made a move and rescued Long Yuan. Apart from Morningstar, there naturally would not be others. Although his time freeze was impressive, in front of a supreme powerhouse like Morningstar, it was completely useless. Long Yuan was also restricted to First Firmament Empyrean. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for Yi Yuan to want to freeze for a breath of time. In the end, time freeze only mobilized the power of heavenly Tao. The higher the realm, the stronger the comprehensions in heavenly Tao too. Wanting to bind the other party with the power of heavenly Tao would naturally be increasingly difficult. However, under his certain death scenario just now, Morningstar did not make a move to save him either. But now, seeing that Long Yuan was about to die, he made a move to save him. Yi Yuan was naturally outraged in his heart. Chapter 2174. 100 Pieces of Dragon Origin Crystals. Chapter 2174. 100 Pieces of Dragon Origin Crystals. The light screen slowly dissipated. A youth in white walked over leisurely. On the platform, everyone looked at the youth in white, with their eyes full of terror. Yes, terror. These heavenly emperors were all frightened by Yi Yuan's talent. The sons of the heavenly dragon who had exchanged blows with Yi Yuan before actually took a step back without prior agreement. This guy was not human at all. He was a monster. But Long Xiaochun had a look of delight, coming up to greet. Yi Yuan, this young lady knew that you're the most formidable. Indeed, you didn't disappoint me. Yi Yuan smiled slightly. Bringing Long Xiaochun and landing on the platform, his eyes suddenly turned sharp. He stared at Morningstar intently and said in a solemn voice, "Seeing you're doing so, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Swallowing insults and humiliation silently was not Yi Yuan's personality. Since he did so, he would have to pay the price. The heavenly emperors were shocked when they heard that. This guy was really arrogant, to actually dare question Lord Morningstar. Did he think that taking the first place of the Battle of Dragon Sons, he could challenge a heavenly dragon? Insolence! Who do you take yourself to be, me? To dare speak to Lord Morningstar like this? Long Tianyu just had a stomach full of anger that had nowhere to be released. So he immediately jumped out. Yi Yuan completely ignored him and stared right at Morningstar's two eyes. Morningstar sighed slightly and said, "You're both my Dragon Clan's pillars of society. Any one of you that dies is my Dragon Clan's tremendous loss." Yi Yuan suddenly burst out laughing when he heard that. His gaze turned to Long Yuan, and he said with a smile that was not a smile, "Pillars of society? Ooh, what a fine pillar of society!" Those words were full of mockery. Long Yuan had a look of shame and anger, Wisconsin H.I. Plusing to find a hold in his ground to tunnel into. The other sons of the heavenly dragon also lowered their heads one after another. If even Long Yuan did not count as a pillar of society, what did they count as? But these words coming out of Yi Yuan's mouth, no one could refute it at all. He used strength, used talent, and proved that Long Yuan was merely Traz. H. Plus, Yi Yuan, you're insolent. If Long Yuan isn't a pillar of society, then are you? You're merely. Long Tianyu could not endure this awkward atmosphere and spoke out, berating. "Shut up!" Morningstar suddenly yelled angrily, interrupting Long Tianyu's words. But Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Continue saying that I have half-human race bloodline. In your eyes, I'm a different species. Isn't that so? Hence, when Long Yuan used 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, you didn't make a move to save me. But when I wanted to kill him, you made a move and saved him. In your eyes, no matter how strong I am, I'm also not the Dragon Clan's own people. Isn't that so?" Morningstar's old face turned slightly red. Being exposed by Yi Yuan so blatantly, it was so embarrassing. Although Yi Yuan obtained the Dragon Clan Major Power's heavenly dragon mark, he still had some reservations in the end. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually saw things as clearly as viewing a blazing fire, guessing his thoughts penetratingly. This kid was not simple. Morningstar heaved a sigh and said coolly, "This matter was indeed this emperor breaking the rules. However, Long Yuan is indeed a genius hard to come by in a million years. Killing him is a pity. Speak, this emperor can promise you a condition." The heavenly emperors had stunned faces. Lord Morningstar actually yielded toward a junior. No matter how great your talent was before growing up, you were also merely a junior. On what basis? How could they know that Morningstar was wary of that major power behind Yi Yuan? These people did not know, but Morningstar was very clear. This major power was not a major power on Heavenly Dragon Mountain, but a major power sealed in the abyss. That place's existences, each one of them was a major character that shocked heaven and earth. He could not afford to provoke. Even Heavenly Dragon Mountain could not afford to provoke either. "I want 100 pieces of dragon origin crystals," Yi Yuan said coolly. His objective was not to find trouble. Facing the Leviathan, Heavenly Dragon Mountain, his rage was not worth mentioning at all. This world always revered strength as supreme. If he possessed the strength to destroy Heavenly Dragon Mountain right now, would he still be here expressing his fury? No. He would trample the entire Heavenly Dragon Mountain underfoot like trampling on Long Yuan. Morningstar's eyes narrowed and he said, "What do you want so many Dragon Origin Crystals for? With your current strength, the Dragon Origin Crystal that you refine in the Mist battlefield is already the limit." Yi Yuan said coolly, "That doesn't need you to care anymore. I naturally have my own use." Morningstar shook his head and said, "No way. Dragon Origin Crystals are the Dragon Clan's supreme treasure, only Heavenly Dragons and Sons of the Heavenly Dragon can use. Even the various strongholds' Dragon Lords don't have the qualifications to use them either." Yi Yuan suddenly saw the light. Morningstar was afraid of him bringing Dragon Origin Crystals out, or giving them to others to use. One had to know, this Dragon Origin Crystal was much more formidable than whatever true dragon blood. Even humans could also skyrocket in strength after refining. But he was also somewhat surprised, not expecting that Dragon Origin Crystals were actually so valuable. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Since that's the case, I'll refine it here. There's no problem like this, right?" Morningstar was taken aback and said, "You? Here?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Aren't you worried that I'd leak Dragon Origin Crystals out? Since that's the case, then I'll refine it in front of you. There's no problem like this, right?" Morningstar was speechless and said, "There's naturally no issue, but..." Yi Yuan directly cut off his words and said coolly, "No buts. If I can't refine 100 pieces, this matter will be considered dropped like this." Already said things to this kind of extent, what could Morningstar still say? At once, Morningstar nodded his head and said, "Okay, but act within your capability." But Long Tianyu had a cold sneer on his face and said, 100 pieces? Stuff yourself to death." The others also involuntarily shook their heads. Clearly, they felt that Yi Yuan was looking down on everyone and everything too much. Each awakening, one can at most only refine 20 pieces of Dragon Origin Crystals. Any more and they won't be able to withstand it at all. Even if he's of the perfect 7th transformation, he also can't withstand 100 pieces of Dragon Origin Crystals. There was once a dragon who forcefully integrated Dragon Origin Crystals. In the end, at the 25th piece, he was forcefully blown up. This kid is courting death. Heh, so arrogant. I want to see how many Dragon Origin Crystals he can integrate. To Morningstar, Dragon Origin Crystals were naturally not an issue. Only to see him flick his sleeves grandly, 100 pieces of Dragon Origin Crystals suspended in midair quietly. Yi Yuan did not say a word, reached a hand out to pluck off a Dragon Origin Crystal, and directly started refining. An indescribable pain started pulsing within his body. However, after the Origin Dragon energy entered the body, Yi Yuan's Heavenly Dragon mark actually did not have the slightest reaction. The reason why he wanted Dragon Origin Crystals was that Yi Yuan also saw the power of Heavenly Dragon marks. After one awakening, the bloodline rose 10 times. This kind of strength amplification, how could Yi Yuan not be moved? Dragon Origin Crystals were a specialty product of Heavenly Dragon Mountain. It was now or never. Opportunity seldom knocked twice. Hence, he wanted to try whether or not he could stimulate his bloodline power and reach the first awakening. The reason why he said 100 pieces was because he was unsure how many he needed. Previously in the Mist battlefield, he already integrated 15 pieces of Dragon Origin Crystals. But the effects did not seem to be very apparent. The moment Origin Dragon energy entered the body, it seemed like a stone sinking into the ocean. Chapter 2175. Divine Steel Injecting Spirit. Chapter 2175. Divine Steel Injecting Spirit. 16 pieces. 17 pieces. 20 pieces. 21 pieces. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan refined 6 pieces of Dragon Origin Crystals. The speed of refining caused everyone to be tongue-tied. More importantly, Yi Yuan's face did not have much of a painful expression, as if he was just doing something ordinary. Sure enough, a perfect seventh transformation is indestructible. This brat's confidence lies on the perfect seventh transformation, right? But how many can the perfect seventh transformation refine? Our dragon race's physical bodies, which one isn't extremely tough? Even if it can't compare to the perfect seventh transformation, the difference also won't be too much. He can at most refine 30 pieces, and he'll reach his limits. All around, heavenly emperors and sons of the heavenly dragon were discussing animatedly. They felt that the reason why Yi Yuan was a little more formidable than normal people was merely by relying on the perfect seventh transformation. That was all. However, along with the quant. 1. Tai refined becoming more and more, Yi Yuan's pain was indeed rising exponentially. He had refined so many dragon origin crystals and absorbed large quant. 1. Ties of origin dragon energy, but the heavenly dragon mark still did not have any activities. Rather, it was his cultivation realm that started to slowly climb after absorbing large quant. 1. Ties of dragon origin crystals. When Yi Yuan absorbed his 30th piece of dragon origin crystal, people's expression started to slowly change. Is this guy a lunatic? Doesn't he know pain? Long Seven looked at Yi Yuan's facial muscles that were twitching slightly as he said through gritted teeth. Talking about it, someone had once refined 25 pieces of dragon origin crystals before. But people that were truly able to refine until the 20th piece were extremely few. Because towards the back, barely anyone could withstand that agony at all. But Yi Yuan refined 30 pieces of dragon origin crystals in one go. He actually forcefully endured it and did not even make a sound. How strong was this fellow's will? Around 30 pieces of dragon origin crystals. That was virtually the limit of all dragons. If not for the muscle twitching slightly on Yi Yuan's face, they would even suspect that refining dragon origin crystals was not painful at all. 31 pieces. 32 pieces. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest intention of stopping, continuing to refine dragon origin crystals. The expression on everyone's faces became more and more fascinating. Fine beads of sweat started seeping out on Yi Yuan's forehead. Following the refined dragon origin crystals becoming more and more, the sweat beads became denser and denser, and increasingly larger. Meanwhile, the twitching of the muscles on his face also became increasingly stronger. 54 pieces. 55 pieces. The surrounding crowd's mouths opened wider and wider until it was practically ear to ear in the end. This guy was absolutely a lunatic. The unbroken law that sons of the heavenly dragon were unable to refine above 25 pieces was already broken by Yi Yuan long ago. Everyone had underestimated Yi Yuan. They underestimated the might of a perfect seventh transformation and underestimated Yi Yuan's powerful and persevering will even more. A perfect seventh transformation, what it promoted was not just the strength of the physical body, there was also the tensile strength of the fleshly body. Being overly tough was easy to break, but a tough and pliable fleshly body was even more terrifying. Other people's fleshly bodies being unable to withstand it did not mean that Yi Yuan was unable to withstand it. As for this anguish, Yi Yuan had long already experienced it, no idea how many times. This time was merely going through another time. Morningstar looked at Yi Yuan and said with a slight sigh, "For this child to be able to have such accomplishments, what he relies on isn't merely talent. Most likely the hards. HI+PS that he has experienced, ordinary people can't imagine it at all. Morningstar these old monsters that have lived to an advanced age, were deeply aware of the importance of tribulations to a powerhouse. These heavenly emperors in front of them, their talents might not be strong, but the hards. HI+PS that they experienced were not few. Perhaps back then, there were more brilliantly talented geniuses among their peers. But those geniuses all faded into the crowd in the end. While they walked to this supreme position of heavenly emperor, sons of the heavenly dragon being unable to refine more dragon origin crystals, actually, a very large degree was because their will was not strong enough. This issue totally could not be seen on Yi Yuan. No matter how strong the will of the son of the heavenly dragon, they also turned pale in comparison when put in front of Yi Yuan. Over 50 pieces of dragon origin crystal already exceeded their imaginations. Long Zifeng also smiled bitterly and said, "Not afraid that others are more talented than you, just afraid that people more talented than you are more hard-working than you. Long 7, your road after today is still long, understand?" Long 7's expression flickered incessantly. Finally, he nodded slowly and said, "Long 7 understands." The various sons of the heavenly dragon all revealed pondering looks. Yi Yuan's body had the quality that they lacked, which was also the necessary quality to become a powerhouse. Only Long Yuan's expression flickered. No idea what he was thinking about. 82 pieces. 83 pieces. 89 pieces. Just as everyone was already numbed, Yi Yuan's glabella suddenly seemed to have caught on fire. The surging dragon race pressure made everyone present feel heart palpitations. Morningstar's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, finally awakened. "No, wait, this is..." He suddenly raised his head to look towards Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Sure enough, a white light beam fell from the sky and landed directly on Yi Yuan's body. The Heavenly Dragon mark at Yi Yuan's glabella actually turned into one line after another, burrowing into his chest like tiny snake. Divine Steel Injecting Spirit. This boy, Morningstar, opened his mouth wide, a look of disbelief as he said. He suddenly felt that he seemed to have done something wrong. If he was a little more decisive, extending a helping hand when Yi Yuan was fighting with Long Yuan. Even if Yi Yuan did not need his help, his current attitude would also be vastly different. Long Xiaochun had a doubtful look and asked in puzzlement, "Divine Steel Injecting Spirit? What is that?" Morningstar sighed emotionally and said, "The Heavenly Dragon Mark is born from the Dragon Mark Monument sensing dragon race bloodline. When your bloodline reaches the requirement of the Dragon Mark Monument, the Dragon Mark Monument will produce a resonance with your bloodline power, awakening from there. Of course, the requirement that the Dragon Mark Monument has for each awakening is different." Morningstar paused for a bit, took a deep breath before saying, "But there is an exception. When your bloodline power is strong to a certain degree, the Dragon Mark Monument will take the initiative to inject a trace of dragon spirit into you, representing acknowledgement toward you. This is Divine Steel Injecting Spirit. And dragons that had obtained Divine Steel Injecting Spirit have a possibility of becoming the next dragon ancestor." Long Xiaochun opened her mouth wide, shock written all over her face, while the other dragons were all staring dumbfoundedly with their tongues tied, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Dragon ancestor, that was the progenitor of all dragons, the strongest dragon race bloodline powerhouse. All these countless dragons were his descendants. After each generation of dragon ancestor, no idea how many hundreds of millions of years needed to pass before the next dragon ancestor would be born. Because of this, it carried on from generation to generation. Of course, it was only a possibility. It was not a certainty. In a period, there would always have several Divine Steel Injecting Spirit appear. But there was only one that would become dragon ancestor in the end. No one could have thought that after Yi Yuan refined the dragon origin crystals, it would actually produce such an unforeseen turn of events. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open both eyes and gave a cold snort. A streak of lightning flashed past. The imprint in the Heavenly Dragon Mark was directly wiped away. I knew that there was nothing good. Turns out that it was hiding here." Yi Yuan slowly stood up and said with a cold smile. Chapter 2176. Leaving. Chapter 2176. leaving in the deepest parts of the abyss a light cry of surprise suddenly transmitted over. Following that, several powerful auras started surging. "What's wrong, boss?" Bai Chen's voice came in the midst of darkness. After being silent for a moment, the mysterious powerhouse slowly said, "That kid erased the imprint that you left behind." Bai Chen was slightly surprised and said, "This isn't possible, right? Just based on his strength, he can discover the concealed means that I left behind? Unless, that's right. Under the dragon spirit, nothing can hide. He is already acknowledged by the Dragon Mark Monument." The mysterious powerhouse's words carried some marveling. What? Old Bai just bestowed the heavenly dragon mark, and he obtained divine steel-injecting spirit? This kid has your father's style back then. Another divine steel-injecting spirit. Looks like the next dragon ancestor is about to be born. The moment mysterious powerhouse's words came out, a series of exclamations came over from the darkness. Clearly, divine steel-injecting spirit was also an extremely major thing to them as well. Bai Chen suddenly said, "This boy, when I saw him back then, I kept feeling that he was extremely unusual. His realm was clearly not worth mentioning, but I had a feeling of being unable to see through. Looking at it now, this boy is indeed extraordinary." The mysterious powerhouse said, "Heaven shall confer great responsibility onto this person. A great era is arriving, capable people are emerging. Now that the seal is getting more and more unstable, it likely can't last much longer. Once the abyss opens, the heaven-span world will be plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering again. But what I'm most worried about isn't this. Perhaps this boy is where the hope of this era lies." When everyone heard that, they all fell silent. The white light faded. Yi Yuan slowly stood up. His upper garment was long already incinerated by blazing flames, revealing a strong muscular body. A golden dragon was imprinted onto his chest as if it was a living thing. Even if it was a heavenly emperor powerhouse, in front of this golden dragon, they actually also had an impulse to prostrate in wars. Hi+P. If not for their realm being too high, they would probably have long already knelt down. However, the other sons of the heavenly dragon did not have this kind of strength. This horrifying bloodline pressure directly pressured them until they knelt on the ground. Only Long Xiaochun alone was not affected. Long Yuan wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. He cracked himself up to be the dragon clan's #1 genius. But now, he did not even have the qualifications to carry Yi Yuan's shoes anymore. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. A white long robe was already put on his body. He cupped his fists lightly toward Morningstar and said coolly, "Senior, now that things are over, this Yi takes my leave." Morningstar's face changed and he hurriedly said, "Hold on. You can't go." Yi Yuan frowned slightly and said unhappily, "Why? Does Senior still have something?" Morningstar's expression flickered incessantly and he said, "Yi Yuan, the matter previously was all this Emperor's fault. Now, this Emperor sincerely welcomes you to join Heavenly Dragon Mountain." Yi Yuan chuckled when he heard that and said, "No need. There is little common ground for understanding between persons of differing principles. Moreover, this Yi still has more important things to do. I won't be going up Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Previously, you looked down on me. Now that you saw that my bloodline was powerful, you want to keep me behind?" The pride in Yi Yuan's heart was far greater than Long Yuan's. It was just that he had experienced the many vicissitudes of life, and would not show it at all, that was all. But this kind of pride was carved into his bones. Some things, he was disdainful to do. Morningstar's face fell and he said, "Yi Yuan, since you obtained the divine steel-injecting spirit, I'm afraid that leaving or staying isn't up to you anymore." Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed and he said with a light smile, "You want to forcefully keep me back?" Morningstar said, "If you refuse to realize your mistake, then this Emperor can only take action." Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and said, in the end, your bones still think that I'm a different species. I obtained divine steel-injecting spirit. Your heavenly dragon mountain will probably find it hard to eat and sleep after today, right? Morningstar's expression was somewhat ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, Yi Yuan, I hope that you don't force me to take action. Yi Yuan laughed and said, Yi Yuan will rather break than bend. Want to make me go up the mountain, make your move then. At this time, Long Xiaochun suddenly blocked in front of Yi Yuan. Staring fixedly at Morningstar, she said, Grandpa Morningstar, if you dare to make a move against Yi Yuan, I'll never go up the mountain. Morningstar's brows furrowed slightly and he said, Xiaochun, this is a serious matter. Don't mess around. Move aside. I'm not moving. Morningstar's two eyes narrowed, his finger pointed lightly. Long Xiaochun then fainted. With his strength, it was too easy to deal with Long Xiaochun. Morningstar looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, I'll be offending you then. Facing an opponent like Morningstar, even if Yi Yuan obtained divine steel-injecting spirit, it was also completely impossible to be a match. A late-stage heavenly emperor, that was a supreme-level powerhouse who was capable of truly looking down upon the world. Morningstar had not made a move yet, and Yi Yuan felt a giant mountain-like pressure descend on his body. Just as Morningstar was about to make a move, his expression suddenly changed drastically. The imposing aura on his body withdrew, and he let out a sigh and said, Forget it, leave. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help being very surprised. Lord Morningstar actually shrunk back? The Long Yuan who was originally waiting to watch a good show could not help dropping his GLA.SSES. Just as he thought that Yi Yuan was finally going to be forced to submit, Morningstar actually brushed it over easily. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, Who was that person? His heart was akin to a clear mirror, immediately aware that it was that major power who bestowed him the heavenly dragon mark that gave the order. It was just that he was very curious about that person's identity. Morningstar shook his head and said, When the time is right, you'll naturally know. Yi Yuan, remember, no matter where you go, you'll always be my dragon clan's pride. Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he turned around and left. He had a lot of fetters with the Dragon Clan, and also did not have any irreconcilable conflicts. There was naturally no way to cut away. It was just that he did not like Morningstar's way of doing things. That was all. After Yi Yuan left, Long Tianyu's face revealed an indignant expression and he said, Lord Morningstar, letting him go just like that? On his body, there's the Dragon Clan's destiny. Although he did not want to admit it, Long Tianyu still had no choice but to admit that Yi Yuan's talent already exceeded their understanding. The significance of Yi Yuan's existence was also far more important than they imagined. How could such a person move around freely outside? Morningstar's face fell and he yelled coldly, Does this emperor still need you to direct me how to do things? Get lost. Long Tianyu's expression changed, and he could only retreat to one side obediently. Morningstar currently needed a target to vent at this time, and Long Tianyu ran out. Scold who if not him? At this time, Morningstar's heart was surging turbulently like a tsunami. It turned out that that legendary lord was actually still alive. It turned out that Yi Yuan's heavenly dragon mark was actually bestowed by him. Yi Yuan was actually the person that he picked. How many years had he already not appeared? Including those supreme powerhouses of Heavenly Dragon Mountain, they all also thought that that lord had already died long ago. Morningstar did not think that he was actually still living in this world. This news made his mind, a late-stage Heavenly Emperor's mental state, shook. Earlier, in front of Yi Yuan, he barely managed to maintain composure and nearly broke decorum. He was thinking, if anything really happened to Yi Yuan earlier, would that lord directly smack him to death with one slap or not? Chapter 2177. Is there still a need to compete after another 1,000 years? Chapter 2177. Is there still a need to compete after another 1,000 years? At the falling Maple Mountain Range in the Middle Realms. This place was endowed with a beautiful scenic environment, immortal chi lingering in the air. The entire mountain range was hidden in the fog, unable to see the actual situation. Powerful spiritual energy was akin to the spring rain, Noris. Plusing everything in the mountain range. On a narrow winding trail, a man and a woman were walking shoulder to shoulder, moving along. Young master, is elder sister Lear really here? That's right. I'd once inquired from Jian Sutao before. Lin Chongqing came from fallen Maple Bodhidharma. Is this Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple very strong? Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple is 5th Firmament Heavenly Emperor, an extremely famous powerhouse of the Middle Realms. Then, if he harms you? He won't dare. This one man and one woman were none other than precisely the Yi Yuan and Luer, who came from afar. After leaving Heavenly Dragon Mountain, Yi Yuan went back to release Long Shao and the rest, and signed a soul contract with them, taking them in as servants. Following that, he ordered Ning Tianping to bring along Long Shao, Lon Xuan, Long Sun, and the rest to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, while he brought along Luer and directly came to the Middle Realms' fallen Maple Mountain Range. Now that his strength was already sufficient, Yi Yuan could not wait a moment longer, directly Russ. Plusing up to fallen Maple Bodhidharma to find Lear. After the divine steel-injecting spirit, Yi Yuan's realm skyrocketed once more. Presently, his realm was already comparable to a second firmament Empyrean. After Chaos Realm, Yi Yuan's realm was completely different from before. Chaos Realm was divided into initial stage, middle stage, and late stage. Before reaching the middle stage, he would not encounter bottleneck. But according to the division of Empyrean Realm, his strength was currently roughly equivalent to a second firmament Empyrean, while his Chaos World also expanded to a distance of 5,000 feet already. Halt! The two people were currently walking when two people suddenly jumped out of the fog, blocking the two people's path. One of them said in a solemn voice, "This place isn't a place that you guys should come to. Hurry up and leave." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Demon Clan's Priest Temple's second sage and Dragon Clan's Heaven's chosen son, Yi Yuan, came to keep the agreement with Lin Chongqing." When the two people heard that, their faces could not help changing. These two please, either one could scare people to death. The demon race's priest temple was one of the demon race's top factions. Sacred Ancestor High Priest was in existence second only to the Medicine Ancestor in the Heavenspan world. The priest temple's second sage, what kind of existence was that? As for the Dragon Clan, that was even more terrifying. Although the Dragon Clan was reclusive, the Heavenspan world never lacked legends of the dragon race. Major powers emerged from this clan. It was a genuine apex race. The Dragon Clan's Heaven's chosen son. Using one's BEU, T to think, they would also know that he was extraordinary. This guy looks very ordinary, saying that he has such a big background. He wouldn't be bluffing people, right? Are you stupid? We can't see through this guy's depths at all. He's likely at least an Empyrean CLA's powerhouse too. The two of us can't make the call for this matter. Better invite Lord Yufeng to make a decision. Right. What you said is right. The two people discussed softly for a while and said to Yi Yuan, "This lord, you wait for a moment. We'll go in and report." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and did not mind. Before long, a middle-aged man wearing an exquisite long robe slowly walked out of the fog. He sized Yi Yuan up and said with a frown, "This little brother, you said that you have an agreement with junior apprentice brother Chongqing?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a nod, "That's right. A life-and-death agreement." The moment these words came out, the faces of Jing Yufeng and the guards changed wildly. They all did not think that Yi Yuan was actually here to cause trouble. Jing Yufeng said in a solemn voice, "Your esteemed self have such gall, to actually dare come to our fallen maple Bodhidharma to cause trouble. Yi Yuan flipped his palm over, a token appeared in his hand. A profound and archaic aura hit him in the face. Jing Yufeng's expression changed drastically. He could sense that the aura on this token was much stronger than even his master's aura. It was absolutely not an ordinary item. On the face of the token, 2 large, simple, and archaic characters were written on it, Second Sage. This Second Sage token was brought by GMO back then. It was personally forged by Sacred Ancestor High Priest. It was used to symbolize Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai. It was one of a kind. This token was given by Sacred Ancestor High Priest. I think that in this world, there shouldn't be more than a few people who can imitate it, right? If you still have doubts, then take a look at this. As he said, Yi Yuan pulled aside his lapel, revealing the golden dragon imprint on his chest. Seeing this golden dragon, Jing Yufeng's expression became even uglier. That golden dragon was incomparably ferocious, as if it was a living thing, as if in the next instant it was going to pounce over and bite him to death. He was not aware of the Dragon Clan's matters. But a second sage newly emerging in the Demon Clan, cracking the eternal chess game, ask not, he had heard of it. He previously still thought that some major power emerged in the Demon Clan. He did not expect that the so-called second sage was actually so young. Even more so, he never expected that the Demon Clan's second sage was actually a human. Jing Yufeng's heart shook wildly. When did junior apprentice brother Chongqing provoke such a powerful existence? At this time, Jing Yufeng no longer doubted and said with cupped fists, Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple's disciple, Jing Yufeng, pays respect to second sage. I wonder how junior apprentice brother Chongqing offended Lord Second Sage? Yufeng will apologize on his behalf. Behind the second sage stood Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Even if it was Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple, he also had to give this face. Let alone that behind this fellow also stood the Dragon Clan. The reason why Yi Yuan flashed his ident. 1. Tai the moment he came up was in order to make Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple cautious in taking action and be wary of the forces behind him. Presumably, with Sacred Ancestor High Priests and the Dragon Clan's forces, it was sufficient to intimidate all sides. So what if he was a fifth firmament Heavenly Emperor? Yi Yuan said coolly, there's no need to apologize. More than 1,000 years ago, Lin Chongqing suddenly appeared in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City and made a 2,000-year life and death agreement with me. We signed a divine soul contract and will not rest until we're dead. Jing Yufeng's expression changed again, secretly cursing to no end in his heart. Could this Lin Chongqing's head be spoiled? To actually go and sign a divine soul agreement with Second Sage, never resting until they were dead? He suddenly thought that something was not right and said in puzzlement, since it's a 2,000-year agreement, then the time shouldn't be up yet as of today. Why did Lord Second Sage come here now? Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard that and said, Another 1,000 years and I'll be able to kill him by huffing out a breath. Will there still be a need to compete? 1,000 years ago, when Lin Chongqing descended upon Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, Yi Yuan was still only at the celestial deity realm and did not even reach the true God realm. 1,000 years later, Yi Yuan was already an exalted Empyrean, looking down upon the world. 1,000 years' time was very short in other people's eyes. But to Yi Yuan, he took that short period to complete the transformation from celestial deity to being an Empyrean. Presumably, when Lin Chongqing saw him, he would definitely jump right out of his skin, right? Jing Yufeng naturally did not know this. His brows knitted tightly and he said unhappily, Lord Second Sage's status is N. Oh Blee, but you're also looking down on our fallen Maple Bodhidharma too much, right? With junior apprentice brother Chongqing's talent, he might not be inferior to you, Second Sage. 1,000 years later, he felt that this Second Sage was too condescending, so his tone also became blunt. But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said smilingly, "Whether I'm looking down or not, you let Lin Chongqing come out to meet me and you'll know. I think that even if I lend him some guts, he also won't dare to drag on any longer." Chapter 2178. You're making me look at this? Chapter 2178. You're making me look at this? Amen? You're saying that Yi Yuan came? When Lin Chongqing heard this name, he immediately jumped up. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Back then, he was also triggered by Yi Yuan. So he worked very hard and cultivated bitterly. In over a short 1,000 years, he already broke through to become a second firmament Empyrean. This speed was already quick to the extreme among those in the Empyrean realm. Jing Yufeng nodded and said, "That's right. He's currently at Sunset Peak." Lin Chongqing laughed loudly and said, "This kid should be here to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, right? However, he dared to covet junior apprentice Sister Mengli. I must have him die." Jing Yufeng's expression became peculiar, and he said in a solemn voice, looking at his appearance, "He doesn't look like he's here to beg for mercy." Lin Chongqing waved his hand and said very surely, "He must be here to beg for mercy. The 2,000 years agreement isn't up yet. So why would he come to fallen Maple Bodhidharma? Back then, when I saw him, he hadn't even reached the true God realm. It can't be that he cultivated to Empyrean in 1,000 years' time, right?" With this, Zheng Yufeng also became somewhat uncertain. Yi Yuan was just like a mortal in front of him. He could not see through his depths at all. While talking, Yi Yuan gave him an unfathomable feeling. In the beginning, he still thought that Yi Yuan was an Empyrean powerhouse. But hearing Lin Chongqing, it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to be an Empyrean. In this world, which monster could cultivate from the celestial deity realm to the Empyrean realm in a short 1,000 years' time? Perhaps Yi Yuan was relying on his ident. 1. Tie and oppressing people by force. Jing Yufeng still wanted to say something when Lin Chongqing already left with a loud laugh. "Senior apprentice brother, still in a daze here for what? Follow me to go teach this punk a good lesson." He already could not wait and wanted to devastate Yi Yuan. This kid Embark set him badly back then. Now that he delivered himself to the doorstep, if he did not humiliate him well, how could he dispel the hatred in his heart? Sunset Peak was the first peak of fallen Maple Bodhidharma, and it was also where the entrance to the mountain was. Yi Yuan stood on the plaza, carefully feeling the thick to the extreme spiritual energy all around, and he could not help feeling vicissitudes of emotion. This fallen Maple Bodhidharma should be on an offset of the Heavenspan mountain. Cultivating in this kind of place would simply yield twice the results with half the effort. Just as he was ruminating, Yi Yuan's gaze suddenly flickered, looking at the arrival with a smile that was not a smile. "Ha ha! Yi Yuan, you want to beg for mercy from this Empyrean? This Empyrean tells you it's impossible." Lin Chongqing took a step out of the void and used a sympathetic gaze to look at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was also sizing up Lin Chongqing. Recalling back then, when Lin Chongqing descended upon Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, how haughty and all-powerful was that? If not for Treasure Pig flying off the handle and sending him flying with a sneeze, perhaps Yi Yuan would have long been killed by Lin Chongqing. Even if the Yi Yuan back then had millions of methods, he could only look and do nothing. But 1,000 years said. Lin Chongqing broke through his cultivation realm and became a second firmament Empyrean. Even so, now he could no longer muster up Yi Yuan's interest. With Yi Yuan's current strength, he could smack a second firmament Empyrean to death with one slap. No matter how strong this second firmament Empyrean was. Looking at Lin Chongqing again, Yi Yuan's eyes already carried a trace of pity. "Lin Chongqing, not seeing you for 1,000 years, you disappoint me too much." Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh. Lin Chongqing laughed coldly and said, "What? Want to preserve the last of your dignity? It's no use. During these 1,000 years, this Empyrean's strength has already grown to an extent that you can't imagine. Experience it well. Finished talking, the aura on Lin Chongqing's body erupted out without the slightest reservation. On Sunset Peak, the berserk aura swept out, making people give sidelong glances. Martial Uncle Chongqing has actually already broken through, becoming a second firmament Empyrean. His cultivation speed is also too fast, right? These are 3 types of laws. Martial Uncle Chongqing actually fused 3 kinds of law powers. Who is that kid? To actually dare provoke Martial Uncle Chongqing, is he tired of living? Lin Chongqing's seniority in fallen maple Bodhidharma was extremely high. His talent was also extremely great. He had not shown himself for a long time. Now that he displayed his strength, it directly renewed the understanding of his fellow apprentices, and it naturally aroused a wave of exclamations. At this time, Zheng Yufeng also just happened to rush over. Seeing Lin Chongqing reveal his strength, his pupils could not help constricting. Junior apprentice brother Chongqing he is also too monstrous. In terms of talent, Lin Chongqing was first-rate among them fellow apprentice brothers. His cultivation time was the shortest, but it was already almost catching up to them, these senior apprentice brothers. In this 1,000 years, Lin Chongqing dwelt in the deep seclusion of his own home and virtually rarely showed face. Before closed seclusion, he still only fused 2 kinds of law powers. Jing Yufeng did not expect that now. He actually fused 3 kinds of law powers. Fusing 2 kinds of law powers and fusing 3 kinds, those were totally different concepts. If these people, were geniuses, then Lin Chongqing was the genius among geniuses. He already won these senior apprentice brothers. Feeling the strength that Lin Chongqing exhibited, Yi Yuan was also slightly surprised. Just looking at this scene before his eyes, Lin Chongqing's talent was even stronger than the northernmost steppes Feng Tianyang. Well deserving of being a heavenly emperor, bought Amanda. The disciples were indeed outstandingly talented. It was just that Yi Yuan's realm was significantly lower than Feng Tianyang's back then, and he already annihilated him. Now that his realm was on par with Lin Chongqing's, how could Yi Yuan take him seriously? Moreover, Yi Yuan's current trump cards were far more compared to that time. Saw that? Only a genius like this Empyrean can match up to junior apprentice Sister Mengli. An ant like you also have delusions of grandeur, wanting to contend with a proud eagle too? Now beg me. Maybe. I'll be so benevolent that I'll let you off. Lin Chongqing said with a loud laugh. What he and Yi Yuan signed was a divine soul contract and not a heavenly Tao oath. If both parties were willing, they could get rid of the agreement. Of course, it must be both parties agreeing. If one party was not willing, this agreement would continue taking effect. Jing Yufeng looked at Yi Yuan and could not help smiling coldly. So what if second sage? So what if the Dragon Clan's heaven's chosen son? Junior apprentice brother Chongqing was also a peerless genius that was hard to come across in a million years. Even if Yi Yuan could surpass junior apprentice brother Chongqing in the future, he did not have that time either. Over 2,000 years' time, it was simply insufficient to let Yi Yuan catch up to junior apprentice brother Chongqing. Yi Yuan was improving, but junior apprentice brother Chongqing was similarly improving. When Yi Yuan heard that, he could not help but laugh in spite of himself and said, Lin Chongqing, really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. You once bragged and boasted to be a genius in front of me, but now, 1,000 years have passed. Said, you're just letting me look at this? What's even more laughable is that you're actually still patting yourself on the back. Lin Chongqing's face fell slightly and he said in a cold voice, Brat, you really don't want face when it's given. Posturing isn't done like this. You know that by getting a treasure that blocks your strength and using tricks to mislead people, you can be impudent in front of this Empyrean? If not for that the 2,000 years agreement hasn't arrived yet, this Empyrean would slap you to death with one palm right now. Treasure that blocks strength? Using tricks to mislead people? The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth revealed a hint of amuse. EMENT, and he said with a light smile, then open your eyes and take a look at whether or not I'm using tricks to mislead people then. Chapter 2179. What kind of ant you are? Chapter 2179. What kind of ant you are? With Yi Yuan as the center, a circular aura slowly pushed outward. Under Yi Yuan's aura, Lin Chongqing's world domain seemed like paper paste, directly being crumbled apart. That feeling was like an egg meeting a rock. Lin Chongqing's expression changed wildly, frenziedly urging his world power, attempting to block Yi Yuan's advancement. However, it was no use at all. The two people's engagement was like a strong man and a child plus-ing each other. The strong man pushed the child completely one-sidedly. The aura extended out very quickly, reaching a distance of 5,000 feet. This radius of 5,000 feet was watertight and impregnable. Yi Yuan was the sovereign. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. They were unable to imagine why Yi Yuan's domain would be so solid. The Lin Chongqing, who was likewise a second firmament Empyrean, actually did not even have the strength to fight back. Lin Chongqing's himself, his eyeballs even popped out. He looked at Yi Yuan with a stunned face, just feeling that his mind was somewhat numb and unable to wrap itself around this. You. Second firmament Empyrean, this. How is this possible? Lin Chongqing somewhat doubted whether or not his eyes had problems. He thought before, Yi Yuan was extraordinarily gifted and could break through to the true God realm in a short 1,000 years. He could even break through to the late-stage true God realm. But he never dreamed that Yi Yuan only used a short 1,000 years' time to go from being a celestial deity to becoming a second firmament Empyrean. Now Yi Yuan was already standing on the same starting line as him. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's domain power was extremely condensed. It was clearly more than a level higher than him. This indicated that Yi Yuan did not pursue speed blindly and disregard his foundation. How was this possible? Jing Yufeng also opened his mouth wide, with disbelief written all over his face. Junior apprentice brother Chongqing had always been called a monster in fallen maple Bodhidharma. His talent was extremely great and his cultivation speed extremely fast. But his talent was simply trash in front of Yi Yuan. Remember that a certain somebody said before, Lier and you will never be people of the same world. You said it correctly. You and I will never be people of the same world. Yi Yuan's words struck the heart directly, making Lin Chongqing's mind trembled. The same sentence, but the meaning that it had was entirely different. That was a kind of contempt that looked down from a height. 1,000 years later, Yi Yuan and his positions had quietly switched over. He had never thought much of Yi Yuan before from the bottom of his heart. An ant that came from an imperial city, how could he compete with him, this peerless heavens chosen that came from a Bodhidharma? But Yi Yuan used second firmament Empyrean cultivation and shattered all of his pride to smithereens. This was just 1,000 years. Another 1,000 years, what realm would Yi Yuan reach? The 2,000 years agreement was truly laughable. 1,000 years later, just based on his cultivation realm, Yi Yuan would be able to trample him to death like stepping on an ant. Jing Yufeng had a vacant look. He finally understood what Yi Yuan's words when he entered the mountain meant. 1,000 years later, I can even kill him by puffing out a breath. Is there still a need to compete? Yes, there was naturally no need to compete anymore. 1,000 years later, Yi Yuan would at least be at the middle stage Empyrean realm, or even a late-stage Empyrean realm major power, while Lin Chongqing would at most be a third firmament Empyrean. But even if Yi Yuan was only at the late-stage Empyrean realm, smacking Lin Chongqing to death with one slap would be sufficient. So what even if fused together three kinds of law powers? Suddenly, Lin Chongqing seemed to have thought of something, his gaze turning intent. Right, I still fused three kinds of law powers. Even if he is second firmament Empyrean, so what? In the same rank, I'm invincible. He sucked in a deep breath, the proud demeanor on his body recovered once more, and he looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Good. Since your present realm already caught up to mine, then our life and death agreement can be brought forward in advance." These words were somewhat shameless, even Zheng Yufeng felt his face turn red. He clearly knew that he would not be able to win 1,000 years later. He wanted to bring the fight forward now. What was this if not shameless? Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chongqing, his eyes full of pity as he said with a light smile, "Are you sure?" Lin Chongqing smiled coldly and said, "What? Are you scared?" Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, "Lin Chongqing, back then, when you came to Heavenly Eagle, you viewed me as an ant and said that I couldn't match up to Lear. Today, I'll let you see that you're just an ant in my eyes, and also just how powerful Lear's man is." Hearing Yi Yuan said it like this, Lin Chongqing felt his jealousy peak. He thought that by relying on his talent, he would be able to move junior apprentice sister Meng Li one day. He also knew that for so many years, Lear's heart had never wavered before. And now, Yi Yuan even grew to the extent of making him fearful. Looking at it now, these two people were so fitting. He became a clown instead. But at this point now, it was clearly not the time to want face anymore. Fine, since that's the case, then let's amend the Divine Soul contract and start the life and death wager now," Lin Chongqing said with a cold sneer. But Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "The ignorant are truly fearless. You're still obsessing over the wager? That is no longer important. Isn't your reliance having fused together three kinds of law powers? Now I'll stand right here, unleash your strongest strike. I'll let you see what kind of an ant you are." Lin Chongqing could not help being taken aback when he heard that. Could this guy be a fool? On Sunset Peak, a wave of snickering also came over. Where did this guy pop out from? Ran all the way here from afar to seek death? Heh, strength is decent, but his head isn't useful. In this world, I've yet to hear that in the same rank, someone dares to withstand an attack that fused three kinds of laws. After 1,000 years of growth, Lin Chongqing was no longer his goal. Lin Chongqing's talent, compared to Long Yuan, was worlds apart. Long Yuan was trampled underfoot by Yi Yuan, let alone Lin Chongqing. Killing Lin Chongqing was merely a matter of snapping a finger. Even if he really killed, Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple also would not dare to say much. But this place was the Bodhidharma that Li was at any rate. Furthermore, it looked like Li should have received considerable benefits in this place. Even though Lin Chongqing was Li's pursuer, he could tell that he had more of admiration toward Li and was not shameless like Long Hao. If he really killed Lin Chongqing, it would not be good for everyone, and it would also make things difficult for Li. Therefore, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to kill him either. However, Yi Yuan still wanted to let Lin Chongqing know that not only was he, Yi Yuan, worthy of Li. Furthermore, in this world, only he was worthy of Li. Canceling the Divine Soul agreement, Lin Chongqing was still somewhat in the clouds, feeling puzzled. Could this guy really be a fool? Yi Yuan, have you thought carefully? If this sword of mine goes down, you'll die, Lin Chongqing said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "I'm just letting you take a look at how great the disparity between you and me is." Lin Chongqing's gaze turned cold and he said in a cold voice, "Since you're bent on seeking death, I presume that Li won't blame me either." Blue Cloud True Feather Sword. One sword unleash. Hi plus ing, three kinds of power of laws interweave together, virtually slicing S.P.A.C. apart. The incomparably swift and fierce sword light slashed through the void and headed straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back. Facing this Astonis Hi plus ing sword, his expression did not change and his heart did not race, without the slightest intention of avoiding. Bang! The void trembled, the earth shook. But Yi Yuan was as stable as Mount Tai, not budging an inch. Chapter 2180. Repeated Blows. Chapter 2180. Repeated Blows. On Sunset Peak, everyone's expression became extremely fascinating. This move that was an attack sufficient to cleave apart mountains actually did not leave any traces on Yi Yuan's body. Similarly, a second firmament Empyrean, why would such a thing happen? Only after a while did everyone came to realize the truth, cries of exclamations linking up. Really blinded my dog eyes. Martial Uncle Chongqing wouldn't be intentionally going easy, right? Facing a same-rank opponent, no matter how weak the opponent, it's also impossible to be completely unscathed by standing there and letting the other party hit, right? Martial Uncle Chongqing fused 3 kinds of law powers. Even a third firmament Empyrean also wouldn't dare to forcefully resist his attacks, right? Lin Chongqing was a celestial figure in the eyes of these fellow sect members, an existence that they were unable to reach at all. But today, Lin Chongqing went all out and actually failed to leave behind any traces on his opponent's body. This kind of impact was seriously too intense. Lin Chongqing had a blank face. Looking at the Yi Yuan who was proud and unmoving, he muttered, "That's impossible. How is this possible? Blue Cloud Truefeather Sword actually can't even leave a mark on his body?" His words were full of a bitter flavor. At this instant, he truly experienced the disparity between him and Yi Yuan. Even just now, when Yi Yuan reached second firmament Empyrean, he still had not despaired like so before. He still felt that he could compete with him, and that he still had the right to speak as equals. But at this very moment, the last of his pride was also crushed into pieces. Yi Yuan was already powerful until it made him despair. Suddenly, Yi Yuan raised his head to look at the sky and said coolly, "This brother, you watched the show for so long. Shouldn't you show yourself now?" Everyone's expression changed and could not help looking around. Sure enough, a middle-aged person slowly walked out of the void and lightly clasped his hands at Yi Yuan as he said, "Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple's eldest disciple, Jun Mingxin, pays respect to the Priest Temple's second sage. Junior apprentice brother Chongqing offended second sage. This emperor apologizes on his behalf. Many thanks to second sage for showing mercy." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said coolly, "He's at any rate Lier's senior apprentice brother too. On the account of Lier's face, I spared his life, that's all." Jun Mingxin smiled slightly and said, "Second sage coming to Fallen Maple, our humble place is honored by your presence. Master is already waiting on the main peak. Second sage, let us move now." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "All right, lead the way. Please." Jun Mingxing and Yi Yuan, one in front, one at the back, disappeared from Sunset Peak. Murmur. With this, Sunset Peak completely burst into an uproar. What did I see? Great Martial Uncle, an exalted heavenly emperor powerhouse, actually apologized to that young man? What did Great Martial Uncle say? Second sage? What's that? Who the hell? L knows, but he's definitely an incredible existence. Otherwise, him being someone only at the Empyrean realm, why would Great Martial Uncle treat him with such respect? Everyone clamored to get a word in, all speculating Yi Yuan's ident. One tie. But their levels were too low and could not come into contact with second sage this concept at all. Lin Chongqing stood transfixed on the spot. Until now, he still had not reacted to what was going on. Zheng Yufeng went up and patted his shoulder, saying with a sigh, "Actually, until just now, I still wasn't willing to believe that he was the Priest Temple's second sage, an existence whose status is second only to the sacred ancestor High Priest. Even the 11 great disciples are all beneath him." Lin Chongqing's entire body trembled, using a look of disbelief to look toward Zheng Yufeng. He cultivated bitterly in close seclusion these few years, and completely did not know about the outside world's affairs. But the priest temple, sacred ancestor high priest, as well as what kind of figures the sacred ancestor high priest's 11 great disciples were, he was aware. Yi Yuan actually lorded above the 11 great disciples. How was this possible? Was this Yi Yuan really the same person as the ant that he had once seen before at the imperial city? Jing Yufeng looked at Lin Chongqing somewhat sympathetically. He knew how great the blow this time was to Lin Chongqing. When an existence whom you once viewed as an ant suddenly stood in front of you and used a gaze that looked down from a height to look at you, and you did not have the slightest strength left over to resist. That kind of despair was truly unable to use words to describe. Only using 1,000 years' time, not only did Yi Yuan complete an all-round transcending in terms of strength, but in terms of status, he also completed a super-magnificent transformation. Even his master would likely have to show Yi Yuan some respect too, right? After all, Second Sage was not merely a simple person. The status signified that Yi Yuan was the priest temple's number 2 figure, being an existence that no one could blaspheme. Also, that soared earlier, he was able to remain perfectly unharmed. He likely cultivated the legendary perfect 7th transformation golden body. Furthermore, it doesn't seem to be just so simple. He said himself that he's also the Dragon Clan's heaven-chosen son. Jing Yufeng could not quite bear to shoot down this junior apprentice brother, but some things he had to let Lin Chongqing know. Because Lin Chongqing's matters probably would not be left at this. Yi Yuan not killing Lin Chongqing, that was him being magnanimous. But, fallen maple Bodhidharma provoked such a major God, could it be that it was left at that just like this? Lin Chongqing's gaze turned slack. He was virtually breaking down. 1,000 years later, the blow that Yi Yuan's transformation gave people was virtually catastrophic. Heaven's chosen? Truly laughable. In front of such a monster, who dared to claim to be heaven's chosen. Indeed, he and Yi Yuan were not people of the same world at all. These 1,000 years, what in the world happened? Oh right, where's junior apprentice Sister Mengli? Why didn't she appear? Lin Chongqing suddenly thought of something and asked. Jing Yufeng opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but then he swallowed the words back. Inside a great hall at the main peak, an old man sat up straight. Yi Yuan followed Jun Mingxin and slowly walked in. Master, Second Sage has arrived. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, I pay respects to Senior Fallen Maple. Fallen Maple's gaze flickered slightly, and he said with a faint smile, This Emperor has long heard that Second Sage resolved the eternal chess game, ask not, and is the current generation's #1 alchemy outstanding figure. I didn't expect that you were actually so young. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior is too kind. Fallen Maple was slightly surprised in his heart. Yi Yuan had no joy nor sorrow on his face. It was as if he was a deep chasm. As a heavenly emperor, he actually could not quite see through this young man. On Yi Yuan's body, there was not the slightest trace of a peerless heaven's chosen's wild arrogance, and also not the flippantness that a youngster should have. Every movement and action was neither servile nor haughty. Fallen Maple could not help sighing emotionally. Lin Chongqing compared to Yi Yuan was like mud to cloud. Chongqing, this child was dotted rotten by this emperor, resulting in affronting Second Sage without regard to propriety. This emperor apologizes for him. Fallen Maple said with all smiles. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He kept feeling that something was not quite right. Ever since entering Fallen Maple Bodhidharma, the commotion that he caused was not considered small. Even Fallen Maple was alarmed, so there was no reason for Li'er to not know. Fallen Maple would not be unaware of his intentions for coming, but he used Lin Chongqing's behavior to talk about things. Something fishy. Senior Fallen Maple, I came for Li'er. I presume that you're also awake. I wonder where Li'er is at right now? This Yi wishes to meet her. Yi Yuan said. This fallen maple's face revealed a look of difficulty. Yi Yuan's heart tightened, and he said in a solemn voice, "What's wrong with Li'er?" Fallen Maple knew that he could not hide it and said with a slight sigh, "Li'er, she who went missing." Chapter 2181. Move aside. Chapter 2181. Move aside. What? Went missing? Yi Yuan suddenly stood up, his eyes full of fury. A horrifying aura surged to the sky, practically going to turn the entire hall upside down. He went through countless hards, HI+PS, and stood here, standing in front of Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple, but the other party told him and Li'er went missing. This result, he was somewhat unable to accept it. When Fallen Maple and Jun Mingxin saw this scene, they also could not help being secretly startled. Especially Jun Mingxin. Only at this time did he know that when Yi Yuan was facing Lin Chongqing previously, he did not use his full strength at all. A second firmament Empyrean actually had such power. Second sage, don't get angry first. Please listen to this Emperor explaining until the end, Fallen Maple slowly said. Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed his fury and said in a solemn voice, "You say." Fallen Maple slowly stood up and said, "Follow me." As he said, he flicked his sleeves grandly and brought Yi Yuan into a room. Upon entering the room, a pungent and nose-piercing smell hit him head-on. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he saw a person lying on the bed. That person was unbearably rotten from head to toe, riddled full of holes, just like a cankered corpse. When Yi Yuan looked over, he saw that that person's breathing was akin to gossamer, merely still hanging in there with one last breath. By the side, a thin and emaciated old man was currently spraying dew on the person's body and turned a blind eye to the few people who just arrived. Yi Yuan looked toward Fallen Maple, waiting for his explanation. He's called Zhui Yuanji. He's this emperor's disciple. 10 years ago, Angry Nether River was cut off and Black Flame Cave emerged. The surrounding 100 great imperial capitals turned into dead cities. Everybody said that that's a heavenly emperor's cave abode, attracting countless powerhouses over. The surrounding 7 great heavenly emperor Bodemandas around Black Flame Cave all sent people to investigate, but in the end not a single one came out. The number of Empyreans that went missing was likely as many as hundreds. Fallen Maple said with a sigh. Just a year ago there were suddenly several people who escaped from Black Flame Cave. Junior apprentice brother Yuanji was one of them. It's just that after he returned to Fallen Maple Bodhidharma, his entire person fell unconscious. In this 1 year, Martial Uncle Tan-E exhausted all kinds of means and was also unable to curb the decay of junior apprentice brother Yuanji. At the rate of this situation, he probably can't last a month anymore. Jun Mingxin followed up. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said unhappily, "Your heavenly emperor Bodemandas have so many heavenly emperors, so why make a bunch of Empyreans go and seek death?" Jun Mingxin smiled bitterly and said, "Not that we weren't willing to go, but that the Black Flame Cave's entrance is extremely unstable. Forget about heavenly emperors, even if late-stage Empyreans were to pass through, the cave entrance would likely collapse at once. That way there would really be no hope at all." Pausing for a bit, Jun Mingxin continued, "You don't need to suspect anything. These few years, Master has always viewed junior apprentice sister Mengli in a different light. Her cultivation resources even make many junior apprentice brothers envious. But she's the little junior sister, and she's also pretty. So body haggled over these with her. The mission this time, junior apprentice sister Mengli also took the initiative to volunteer for it. But we did not expect that this kind of thing happened." Hearing these, Yi Yuan finally calmed down slightly. His gaze looked towards Zhui Yuanji, and he said in a solemn voice, "In that case, the crux lies with him?" Fallen Maple nodded slightly and said, "If Yuanji can wake up, we should be able to know the events that happened inside Black Flame Cave." Yi Yuan did not say another word, came beside Tan Yi, and said in a solemn voice, "Move aside." Tan Yi's brows furrowed and he said unhappily, "Where did this little rascal come from? To dare speak to this emperor like this?" This Tan Yi was Fallen Maple's junior apprentice brother, an 8-star alchemy God super existence. But such a powerhouse was being ordered around by Yi Yuan, how could he not be enraged? Except, the current Yi Yuan could not be bothered to talk C.R. AP with him at all, and he said in a solemn voice, "Orthodox jade illusory dew can indeed revive the dead, but your medicine isn't matching the syndrome. Keep doing this and he'll be dead." Being shot down by a junior so mercilessly, Tan Yi's beard billowed. But Yi Yuan, being able to recognize the orthodox jade illusory dew at a glance, still made him slightly surprised in his heart. He knew that Yi Yuan was a practitioner and definitely had extraordinary attainments in alchemy. It was just that this brat being so wildly arrogant made him very displeased. He snorted coldly and said, "Junior, this emperor has lived to this ripe old age and has never seen this kind of strange poison before. This orthodox jade illusory dew is already the most ideal prescription. Could it be that you still have a better option?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Therefore, please move aside." Tan Yi nearly choked to death from anger and was just about to fly off the handle, but then he heard Fallen Maple say, "Junior apprentice brother, this is the Demon Clan's Priest Temple's second sage, with his alchemy strength being unparalleled under the heavens. Perhaps he can save Yuanji. Who knows?" Tan Yi's pupils constricted, only then, sizing Yi Yuan up seriously. He had never heard before second sage, but the Priest Temple was very famous. This brat was the #1 person beneath Sacred Ancestor High Priest? How was this possible? Second sage? This emperor wants to take a look at how much ability the Priest Temple's second sage has. Tan Yi said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan's current thoughts were not on him at all, he just said coolly, "You just watch and that will do." Yi Yuan came in front of the bed and fired out a strand of chaos divine essence, entering into Zhuo Yuanji's body. This wisp of divine essence circled 5 rounds within Zhuo Yuanji's body and also did not find where the slightest problem lay. He only felt that Zhuo Yuanji's bodily functions were rapidly falling. An irresistible decaying energy seeped out of every pore on his body. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Tan Yi smiled coldly when he saw the situation and said, "Brat, even if you're some dogs HI plus T second sage, you're also looking down on 8-star alchemy GODS too much. Yuanji's body, this emperor has already checked it no less than 20 times, but failed to get anything. It's not some corpse poison, and he also wasn't inflicted with some poison. It's just like he's rotting out of the blue. Did you also discover that it's like this?" A hint of disappointment also flashed across Fallen Maple's eyes. He heard that Yi Yuan was second sage, so that was why he felt that there was some hope. So he did not expect that it would not cut it either. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with Tan Yi's mocking. The seals in his hands suddenly changed irregularly. Inside the house suddenly became a sea of stars. Chaos heavenly star art. Tan Yi's pupils constricted, immediately discovering that Yi Yuan's alchemy technique was extraordinary. Broad and profound like the sea. This was Tan Yi's feeling. Yi Yuan's hands moved like lightning, one stream of chaos divine essence after another was sent into Zhuo Yuanji's body. Zhuo Yuanji's body actually slowly suspended into the air, and gave off a faint silver light. Seeing this scene, the 3 heavenly emperor powerhouses in the house exchanged sidelong glances, struck dumb with amazement in their hearts. Was this second sage's strength? Actually, when Fallen Maple saw Yi Yuan for the first time, he also had a feeling of young people could not be trusted with important tasks. After all, being called second sage at this age was a little too inconceivable. But now, his doubts were all gone. The understanding of Tao that Yi Yuan exhibited was extremely deep. At a young age, He actually already comprehended his own Tao. This kid is truly a freak. Tan-E cried out involuntarily. Right at this time, a brilliant light flashed in Yi Yuan's eyes, and he said with a cold smile, "What a cunning thing, turns out that it's actually hiding here. Come out for me." Yi Yuan struck a palm out directly SMA's. HI plus ing down toward Zhui Yuanji's head. Tan-E and the rest turned pale with fright and were just about to stop him, but then they saw a dark thing suddenly fly out. Chapter 2182. Devilish Monster Appears. Chapter 2182. Devilish Monster Appears. The dark thing vanished after a flash, being unimaginably swift, directly shuttling into the void. The three great heavenly emperors were caught by surprise and could not even react in time. However, Yi Yuan was long prepared, his mouth opening slightly. Immobilize. Yi Yuan uttered the true word. It was as if time stopped. That black bug had not escaped yet and was immobilized in midair. The three great heavenly emperors' eyes went wide, looking at this scene in disbelief, and actually forgot to make a move for a moment. Still in a daze for? Yi Yuan shouted coldly. Fallen Maple suddenly woke up. Pointing at the void, a powerful restriction directly spread out, thoroughly imprisoning the black bug. This was an Empyrean-level black bug. With Yi Yuan's strength, it was very hard to bind it. That was why he had Fallen Maple take action. Yi Yuan's gaze looked over toward the black bug, but the three great heavenly emperors' gazes stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. It was as if they were looking at a monster. The impact that the scene just now gave the three of them was seriously too strong. Time and SPAC froze at the same time. Even Jun Mingxin was also affected by Yi Yuan's time freeze, his movement being sluggish for an instant. As for Fallen Maple and Tan-E, the influence was negligible. The two of their strength were too powerful. But this did not hinder their shock. Heavenly Tao True Word. It's actually Heavenly Tao True Word. An Empyrean realm actually grasped Heavenly Tao True Word. Fallen Maple sucked in a cold breath and cried out in surprise. How can this kid possibly grasp Heavenly Tao True Word? Tan-E said in surprise. What a formidable Heavenly Tao True Word. Just now I was actually frozen for a moment. Jun Mingxin said in shock. Yi Yuan was still unaware, looking at the black bug, his expression increasingly solemn. The aura that this black bug emitted, he was very familiar. This is MN? All looking at me for what? Yi Yuan turned around and was just about to discuss with the three people, but then he saw that the three people were currently using extremely strange gazes to look at him. What do you think? You freaking did such a heaven-defying move and still did not allow us to be surprised? The three great heavenly emperors were rendered speechless. Invisible posturing was the most lethal. Just now, what was that move of yours? Fallen Maple asked. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, You're talking about time freeze? That's the dragon race's innate divine ability. Could it be that Jing Yufeng didn't tell you that I'm the Dragon Clan's Heaven's chosen son? Yi Yuan had an appearance of them getting excited over nothing. Since he threw this T.I. out, he was naturally not some nameless person in the Dragon Clan. Wouldn't possessing one or two powerful divine abilities be something very normal? It was just that these people completely did not take his latter item. 1. Tai seriously. Time freeze. The Dragon Clan's Heaven's chosen son, Fallen Maple muttered under his breath, clearly not knowing what this Heaven's chosen son meant. The Dragon Clan, this kind of demon race with a supreme bloodline, each one was incomparably mysterious. In the Heavenspan world, even for Heavenly Emperor major powerhouses, very few could know about the secrets involved. The T.I. of Second Sage was resounding like the roar of thunder to them, resulting in overlooking the ident. 1 Tai of the Dragon Clan's Heaven's chosen son. But now, Fallen Maple knew that Heaven's chosen son was absolutely an ident. 1 Tai that could rival Second Sage. Just based on this move. This person in front of him was truly a monster that was beyond words. What kind of eyesight did Yu Mengli have to find such a peerless monster? With Yi Yuan, who could still enter her eyes. Thinking up to here, Fallen Maple could not help pitying his disciple. But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "This isn't important. What's important is that this black bug is strange." The faces of Fallen Maple and the rest turned stern and asked, "Oh? What's strange?" Yi Yuan said, "This thing is called an abyss monster." That was right. The aura coming off of this black bug was precisely the aura of an abyss monster. Yi Yuan did not expect to actually see an abyss monster here. Weren't these monsters suppressed in the Dragon Eye Cave by the Dragon Clan's major powers? Could it be that Lier got caught in that kind of terrifying place? Thinking up until here, Yi Yuan wished to fly to the Black Flame Cave immediately. Abyss monster? Never heard of this thing before. Fallen Maple said with a blank face. Yi Yuan flicked his finger and shot out a streak of sword energy, directly annihilating the black bug, and said in a solemn voice, "You don't need to know too much. You just have to know that these things are very dangerous, and that will do. Once these things run to the outside world, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering." Suppressing abyss monsters was the Dragon Clan's secret. The outside world did not know at all. Yi Yuan naturally would not spread it either. But this thing suddenly appeared in the Heavenspan world, so it was clearly not a good omen. Hearing this, the three people's expressions were strange. But Yi Yuan already returned to the head of the bed and continued exhibiting the Chaos Heavenly Star Art. His Chaos Heavenly Star Art was all-inclusive. It could be said to have assembled the major accomplishments of his alchemy Tao. Using it to shave the bone and heal the injury was naturally a cinch too. Under the Chaos Heavenly Star Art, everything had nowhere to hide. Only then did Yi Yuan discover that this little abyss bug actually hid inside Zhui Yuanji's Sea of Consciousness, being extremely covert. It was also no wonder that Tan Yi, this 8-star alchemy god, did not discover it. After a day and night, Zhui Yuanji's decaying body actually started to slowly take a turn for the better. That feeble aura of his actually slowly rose again too. When Tan Yi saw this scene, his eyes became wide saucers. What an overbearing alchemy technique, to actually have such a miraculous effect. No wonder Sacred Ancestor High Priest, that kind of powerhouse, actually viewed him in a different light, and he bestowed him the title of Second Sage. Another 2 days pass, said. Zhui Yuanji finally slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this strange man in front of him, Zhui Yuanji felt as if he was dreaming. Zhui Yuanji, let me ask you, how is Lier doing now? The moment Zhui Yuanji woke up, Yi Yuan was too impatient to wait and asked. Zhui Yuanji clearly had not woken up from the nightmarish state yet as he murmured, "Lier?" Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, "It's Yu Mengli. Didn't you guys enter the Black Flame Cave together? Where is she now? Is she still alive?" Zhui Yuanji's eyes gradually focused, akin to waking up from a dream. He struggled to recall the situation at that time, his gaze gradually becoming frightened. "Ah! Don't come over! Don't come over! I'll kill you all!" Zhui Yuanji seemed to have recalled some terrifying scene. His entire person became crazed, and he suddenly struck a palm out. A terrifying force erupting at such a small distance, it could be seen how horrifying the power was. But while he was quick, Yi Yuan was faster. Zhui Yuanji's force had not spat out yet, but Yi Yuan reached first despite launching later, pointing a finger out, directly restraining him. Then, an extremely powerful soul force burrowed into Zhui Yuanji's Sea of Consciousness domineeringly. "Yi Yuan, what are you trying to do?" Fallen Maple said in alarm and anger. Casting Soul Search, the damage to a person was irreversible. But this scenario happened too suddenly. It was already too late for them to want to stop it. Interrupting Yi Yuan at this time, it would be even more hopeless to salvage the situation for Zhui Yuanji. "Shut up! He'll be fine, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Following that, one scene after another surfaced in Yi Yuan's mind. After essence, energy, and spirit became one, Yi Yuan's divine soul strength became even more condensed and powerful. Under the circumstances of Zhuo Yuanji being unconscious, Yi Yuan searching his divine soul would not cause harm. Except, this scene in the view of fallen maple, and the rest was something inconceivable. Chapter 2183. Entering Black Flame Cave. Chapter 2183. Entering Black Flame Cave. Tan Yi looked at Yi Yuan, his expression changing again and again. He had always been paying attention to Zhuo Yuanji's activities and discovered that Zhuo Yuanji's divine soul did not get any damage. Such terrifying divine soul control was simply inconceivable. Even he, this 8-star alchemy god, could not achieve such precise control too. Is this the standard of second sage? Starting from when Yi Yuan stepped into this room, the few things that he did made him, this 8-star alchemy god, feel ashamed of his unworthiness. Only then did he truly realize what kind of existence second sage was. Fallen Maple's expression was somewhat ugly as he said with a bitter smile, "Just what kind of a monster did Mengli this Lus take fancy on? Back then, I was still intent on matching her with Chongqing. Thinking about it, it's really laughable." Lin Chongqing and Yu Mengli, two people, were Fallen Maple Bodhidharma's golden child and jade girl. Unconsciously, everyone had long already treated them as lovers. Fallen Maple was no exception either. Toward these two disciples that he was most proud of, Fallen Maple naturally consciously or even unconsciously wanted to matchmake the two of them. It was just that for so many years, Yu Mengli had always kept Lin Chongqing at a distance. Fallen Maple knew that Yu Mengli had Mr. Right in her heart, so he did not mind either. In his view, when Yu Mengli reached great heights in the future, and became a supreme heavenly emperor together with Lin Chongqing, why would she place a mortal in her sight? But Fallen Maple never dreamed that the mortal he knew only used a short 1,000 years' time and stood in front of him. Although his strength was far inferior to his, in terms of status, it was already sufficient to stand on equal footing with him. Furthermore, the strength that he displayed, even these heavenly emperors, had to look up to as well. Achieving the position of a sovereign in the future was just a matter of time. His previous idea naturally became a joke. After a while, Yi Yuan let go of Zhuo Yuanji. The expression on his face became solemn. From Zhuo Yuanji's memories, he saw that Li just happened to be pursued by several abyss monsters at that time. Those Empyrean powerhouses had never seen before such a ferocious species, all fleeing helter-skelter. The events that happened later, Zhuo Yuanji did not know anymore. "Senior Fallen Maple, thank you for your hospitality. This Yi wants to set off for Black Flame Cave at once. Farewell." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and was about to leave. "Hang on." Fallen Maple hurriedly stopped Yi Yuan and said, "Actually, our 7 great heavenly Emperor Bodhimandas have already reached a consensus. We plan on sending elite disciples over to Black Flame Cave this time to investigate thoroughly. Our Fallen Maple Bodhidharma plan on sending Yu Feng and another Empyrean realm disciple over. Why don't second sage go together with them?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "They do theirs. I'll go on my own." Yi Yuan was currently burning with anxiety. Delaying for a moment more and Li would be in more danger. He could not wait for a second longer. Fallen Maple knew what Yi Yuan was thinking and said, "Actually, Yu Feng, they are all set already. If not for second sage suddenly coming up the mountain, they might have already set off at this time. Since second sage wants to go, this emperor will have them set off at once. How's that?" Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Fine as well." On Sunset Peak, Zheng Yufeng brought 4 Empyrean powerhouses and prepared to set off with Yi Yuan. These 5 Empyreans were shockingly all middle-stage Empyrean realm powerhouses. The few people were just about to set off when suddenly, a figure blocked their path. It was none other than precisely Lin Chongqing. Lin Chongqing directly knelt down toward Fallen Maple and gritted his teeth and said, "Master, please let Chongqing go along." Fallen Maple said unhappily, "Nonsense. The Black Flame Cave is very dangerous. Even if your senior apprentice brother Yufeng went, Master is also filled with anxiety, let alone you? Go back." Lin Chongqing had reddened eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, "If Master doesn't let me go, I'll kneel down and not get up." Fallen Maple was just about to fly off the handle, but he heard Yi Yuan said coolly, "Senior Fallen Maple, let him go." Fallen Maple let out a sigh and waved his hand powerlessly and said, "Sigh, foolies. Plus go then, go on." With his eyesight, how could he not tell that Lin Chongqing was going for the sake of Yumengli? It was just that. Fallen Maple gave Yi Yuan a glance and took a look at Lin Chongqing again. Finally, it turned into a long sigh. The group of people marched day and night without rest, with stars as a cloak and the moon as a hat, spending half a month's time, and finally rushed to Angry Nether Riverbank. Angry Nether Riverbank was presently already the various major factions' forbidden ground. But at this time, there were still many powerhouses surrounding and watching at the river. These people were mostly Empyrean realm powerhouses that came from the various major forces. On the river, there was an enormous and dark cave entrance. There was dense black aura smoking around it. It was as if it was a prehistoric behemoth about to devour everything. "Jing Yufeng, why is your Fallen Maple Bodhidharma dragging your feet, only arriving now?" At this time, a middle-aged man came up and said to Jing Yufeng. Jing Yufeng said, "Brother Li Yu, we were delayed for a while by some matters, hence we came late." Li Yu took a look at Yi Yuan and Lin Chongqing behind Jing Yufeng, and said with a frown, "Isn't it agreed to only send middle-stage Empyrean realms over? You guys brought two burdens. At that time, we'll still have to divide our attention to take care of them. Lin Chongqing, this brat too, the two of you stay behind." When Lin Chongqing heard that, his expression could not help changing. He was indeed a genius, but his strength had not truly become powerful yet. In front of Li Yu, he was still a junior. While Yi Yuan behaved like he did not hear it at all, slowly walking to the riverbank, and sized up the Black Flame Cave's entrance seriously. A very familiar feeling. He had stayed for as long as 10 years in Dragon Eye Cave and absorbed countless devilish energy. But the strength of this devilish energy was much weaker compared to the Dragon Eye Cave. Just as Fallen Maple said, this cave entrance was extremely unstable. Late-stage Empyrean powerhouses entering inside would probably make S.P.A.C. collapse too. When Li Yu saw Yi Yuan ignore him, he said with an unhappy look, "Hey, brat, this Empyrean is talking to you. Didn't you hear?" Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about him and turned to Lin Chongqing and said, "Follow me." Finished saying, Yi Yuan stepped onto the void and arrived above the river. Lin Chongqing was taken aback when he heard that, his face revealing a look of struggle. But very soon, he clenched his jaws and followed after. Li Yu was unhappy to begin with. Seeing this scene, he sneered coldly and said, "Jing Yufeng, why did your Fallen Maple Bodhidharma bring a fool over? He wouldn't want to enter the Black Flame Cave just like this, right? The devilish energy there, if there isn't our restriction, it's sufficient to devour Empyrean realm martial artists. This guy is seeking death." Jing Yufeng also had a look of puzzlement and yelled in a clear voice, "Brother Yi, this devilish energy is extremely formidable and has already devoured many Empyrean powerhouses." Yi Yuan did not even turn his head back and said coolly, "I'll go in and take a look first. You guys just hurry up." Li Yu laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Foolish thing! If you can enter, this Empyrean will chop my head off for you to kick as a ball." Just as he was talking, Yi Yuan already arrived at the Black Flame Cave's entrance. Endless devilish energy rushed toward him and Lin Chongqing frenziedly. Lin Chongqing jumped in fright and hurriedly revolved his cultivation method, wanting to resist the devilish energy. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's Chaos Heavenspan cannon activated. The devilish energy poured into his body crazily. When the Lin Chongqing following behind saw this scene, his eyes became wide saucers. Liu opened his mouth wide, virtually able to stuff a fist in. Chapter 2184. Abyss Monsters' Strength. Chapter 2184. Abyss Monsters' Strength. This guy is actually absorbing devilish energy. He absorbed so much in one go and actually didn't blow up and die. Could it be that his body is forged from meteoric iron? Under the watchful gazes of the people, Yi Yuan brought Lin Chongqing and slowly walked into the Black Flame Cave. That appearance was like strolling in his own backyard. The IBs of those Empyrean powerhouses all stared widely. Devilish energy was extremely berserk in nature. Forget about absorbing like Yi Yuan. Just absorbing a trace in, the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine too. When Zheng Yufeng saw this appearance, he could not help having a bitter smile on his face. Looking at Li Yu again, he said with a snicker, "Li Yu, what were you saying just now?" Li Yu abruptly woke up and said with a look of embarrassment, "Ah? Oh, and nothing. I didn't say anything." Seemingly afraid of everyone continuing to ask, he said ferociously. At this time, someone suggested, "This matter brooks no delay. We'd better hurry up and seal these devilish energies and enter the Black Flame Cave." Everyone naturally did not have objections. With 7 major forces, more than 40 middle-stage Empyrean realm powerhouses took action. How shocking was this commotion! Everyone joined hands and laid down an enchantment, temporarily Part 1. Tioning off the devilish energy. Bustling around for roughly 2 hours, the enchantment was finally completed. Only then did the group of Empyreans enter Black Flame Cave. Upon entering Black Flame Cave, this was totally different from the outside world's heaven and earth. This place had black smoke coiling around, dim without light, looking grim and terrifying. Li Yu and everyone had naturally never seen before such a place. "What kind of D.A.M.N. place is this?" Li Yu said with a frown. Zheng Yufeng also had a solemn look as he said, "Don't know, but it's definitely not a good place. Everybody be more careful. This place is the Abyss Monsters' world." At this time, a voice sounded out. 2 figures slowly walked over from afar. It was precisely Yi Yuan 2 people. Behind Yi Yuan, Lin Chongqing's eyes never left Yi Yuan's body, his gaze full of terror. "Abyss monster? What the hell is that?" Li Yu said in confusion. The other Empyreans were also at a loss. Clearly, they had not heard of abyss monsters before. Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's an extremely powerful race. All in all, everyone, just be more careful." Li Yu said with a disdainful look, "Extremely powerful race? Hoo-hoo, how powerful can it be? This heaven-span world is ruled by our human race. Even the demon race and fiend race also have to stand by the side." Another Empyrean said, "Hoo-hoo, this little brother is also exaggerating things to raise an alarm. There are so many of us middle-stage Empyrean realm powerhouses here. Even if a late-stage Empyrean came, we might also not be without the strength to fight. What's there to be scared of?" As an Empyrean, each person had their own pride. Let alone that here were the proud heavens chosen of 7 great heavenly Emperor Bodemandas, each and every one of them having numerous trump cards. Why would they mind some abyss monsters? Yi Yuan's few words, they did not take it to heart at all. Li Yu's thinking actually also represented the thoughts of the vast majority of the Empyreans. Not that they did not know that this place was dangerous, but that they were very confident in their own strength. After all, those who came before were all some initial stage Empyrean realm disciples. Furthermore, the numbers were also far from as many as this time. Is that so? Then let's go. Yi Yuan showed neither approval nor disapproval. He turned around and advanced. Li Yu's mouth curled, and he said unhappily, "What a C. O C. KY kid. The party headed towards the depths when everyone's faces suddenly became fascinating. Along the way, there were the corpses of black monsters strewn all over the ground. The auras of these monsters were all very powerful. The vast majority of them were at the true God realm. There were also quite a few at the Empyrean realm. These monsters had clearly just died not long, but they all had a common characteristic. There was a large hole opened up in their heads. Then, who killed these monsters? As plain as day. Everyone's gazes all looked toward Yi Yuan. Apart from this brat, who else could there be? Everyone was secretly surprised in their hearts. In merely less than 2 hours' time from start to end, this kid actually killed so many abyss monsters? But Li Yu smiled coldly and said, "A second firmament Empyrean can kill so many monsters. So how strong can these monsters be?" Heh, this brat wants to stand in the limelight and intentionally said these monsters to be very strong. In my view, it's merely thus. Another Empyrean also nodded and said, "Killing so many in one go, these monsters' strength, they are likely even inferior to ordinary same-rank humans. But the numbers of these monsters are too many, we'd best be more careful." The group of Empyreans all nodded. The number of these monsters was indeed a little too many. But looking at this, Yi Yuan's strength was still pretty good. It was just that no one was willing to admit it, that was all. Lin Chongqing opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he did not say it out in the end. Yi Yuan also could not be bothered to dispute anything. His attention was placed on the terrain. He was searching for the scene when Lier went missing according to Zhuo Yuanji's memories. Roughly more than an hour's journey, the dead bodies on the ground gradually lessened. Very clearly, this place was already the limits where Yi Yuan could scout. Yi Yuan secretly went on alert. The abyss monsters in the outer regions were mostly not strong. But the deeper in, the strength of the abyss monsters gradually grew stronger. Roar, roar, roar! Finally, a group of abyss monsters of varying shapes and sizes dashed out, pouncing toward this group of people frenziedly. These abyss monsters were extremely ferocious, their strength also extremely strong. There was quite a number of them that were third firmament Empyrean existences. Li Yu just laughed coldly and said with disdain, "A bunch of traws. Plus this bit of strength and they also dare to come up and court death. Truly a bunch of foolish things." Done talking, his finger pointed lightly. An incomparably swift and fierce gust of air struck one of the leopard-shaped abyss monsters. Bang! That abyss monster cried out strangely and rolled a few times on the ground, slipping away with a scamper. Clearly, he realized Li Yu's power. But Li Yu's expression changed. His gaze revealed a solemn look. He was a sixth firmament Empyrean mighty expert. That finger just now, even if a fourth firmament Empyrean took it, it would also be serious injuries, if not death. But this abyss monster actually slipped away completely fine. These monsters were actually so strong? When he looked toward his companions around him again, he discovered that those fourth firmament Empyrean human martial artists were actually evenly matched in strength with those third firmament Empyrean abyss monsters. A wave of cold air rose up in Li Yu's heart. At the same time, it also rose up in everyone's hearts. Only when they truly fought did they know how powerful these abyss monsters' strength was. A third firmament Empyrean forcefully contending with a fourth firmament Empyrean? These abyss monsters could actually jump realms to face the enemy. Jumping realms to battle in Empyrean realm. Furthermore, they were even elites among human martial artists. This scene simply subverted these Empyreans' understanding. Kill! The few leaders' faces fell, and they took action and made a move. With fifth firmament and sixth firmament Empyrean powerhouses making a move, the show in power was different now. In an instant, those abyss monsters sustained casualties and retreated one after another. But the expressions of these Empyreans became incomparably solemn. At this time, somebody looked at Yi Yuan again and could not help sucking in a cold breath. Chapter 2185. Want to die or live? Chapter 2185. Want to die or live? Only then did everyone realize what kind of concept Yi Yuan exterminating hundreds of abyss monsters in an hour was. Among these hundreds of abyss monsters, there were even many that were Empyrean level. If looking at the situation of the fight just now, even a first firmament Empyrean monster could also forcefully contend with a second firmament Empyrean existence. Under the corroboration of the two, just what kind of inconceivable thing had Yi Yuan done? More importantly, he only used 2 hours. These fourth firmament Empyreans weighed themselves over. If they fought alone, it would absolutely be a dogfight, taking a very long time. Just how strong was this brat's strength? Previously, they all did not pay attention to the look in Lin Chongqing's eyes at all. But now they finally understood. This kid must have seen something remarkable. Chongqing, what in the world did you see? Zheng Yufeng pulled Lin Chongqing to one side and asked softly. Even if so long had passed, said, Lin Chongqing was still in the midst of shock. Prior to this, he did not know how strong Yi Yuan was. But when he witnessed Yi Yuan butchering these abyss monsters, he finally understood that he and Yi Yuan were already people from completely different worlds. A ma-saker. A complete ma-saker. Those second firmament Empyrean abyss monsters couldn't last one exchange under his hands at all. He only needed one punch to annihilate the other party. Lin Chongqing said. Yi Yuan could annihilate a second firmament Empyrean abyss monster with one punch. Wanting to kill him was clearly just a matter of snapping a finger. Just what kind of freak did he provoke? No wonder junior apprentice Sister Mengli had always maintained a distance from him. No wonder even though he was so outstanding, junior apprentice Sister Mengli had always been aloof and indifferent. It turned out that she actually had such a monstrous lover. With such a man, how could he still enter her eyes? Genius? This term was a pile of dog s. Hi plus T in front of Yi Yuan. Jing Yufeng's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, Ma-saker? Doesn't that mean that he has at least peak third firmament Empyrean combat strength? But Lin Chongqing shook his head and said, I suspect that it's more than that. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a cold breath. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. He really had the capital to be arrogant. At this time, no one treated Yi Yuan as a junior anymore. Being able to exterminate so many abyss monsters with his power alone, it would also absolutely not be as effortless as Li Yu these sixth firmament Empyreans. Li Yu's gaze glimmered slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, Why would these monsters be so strong? It's completely illogical. No wonder the Empyrean realm martial artists that entered this place before, none of them returned. Jing Yufeng nodded and said, What Brother Yi said earlier is right. Our mission has to be done cautiously. If the matter can't be accomplished, we must withdraw straight away. Actually, everyone already somewhat wanted to beat a retreat. But there was no harvest until now. They could not give an account after returning to their respective factions either, so they could only toughen their scalps and carry on walking. However, what surprised everyone was that the journey that followed was unexpectedly calm. There were actually no abyss monsters coming to attack them again. But it was precisely because of this that the uneasiness in everyone's hearts grew stronger. Li Ye's heart was somewhat racing as he asked, Yi Yuan, boy, have you seen these monsters in the past before? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Seen before? Just what are these monsters? Also, where have you seen these monsters before? Li Yu asked. Yi Yuan said coolly, No comments. You! Li Yu could not help choking when he heard that and said angrily, See. Oh, see. KY for what? You punk, not only have you seen these monsters before, you can even absorb devilish energy. In my view, you're definitely together with the monsters. The moment these words came out, the group of Empyreans involuntarily pulled apart some distance from Yi Yuan. Indeed, Li Yu's random guess made everyone give rise to suspicion in their hearts. Yi Yuan was too peculiar. When Li Yu saw that he isolated Yi Yuan with one sentence, he could not help feeling smug in his heart. Who knew that Yi Yuan simply ignored him and walked forward without consulting anyone? Li Yu was thoroughly infuriated by Yi Yuan's action of overlooking. "Brat, this Empyrean is talking to you. Didn't you hear?" Li Yu said in a great rage. Yi Yuan still ignored him. How could he know that Yi Yuan was currently not in the mood to play this sort of game with him at all? All of his thoughts were placed on looking for Li Yu. Regarding the clues and inklings around, Yi Yuan would not let any of it go. It was just too bad that up until now, Yi Yuan did not discover any situation. Under his rage, Li Yu's aura erupted, and he was about to make a move against Yi Yuan. But right at this time, a streak of black light flashed past in the dark night. Bang! The place where Yi Yuan was standing actually had a large pit blasted out. Everyone's expression changed. They saw an abyss monster standing at the place where Yi Yuan stood previously, while Yi Yuan's figure was already gone. Could it be that Yi Yuan was killed just like that? However, they did not have time to think too much, because a large group of abyss monsters suddenly scurried out around them. There were as many as several dozen. Furthermore, the aura of each one was very strong. They were actually all middle-stage Empyrean realm strength. The expressions of the group of Empyreans changed wildly. They were surrounded. A despairing mood spread among the Empyreans. These were all middle-stage Empyrean realm abyss monsters. Judging from the situation that they encountered previously, they did not have the slightest chance of victory at all. You guys came right on time. Let me ask you, have you all seen this human female before? Suddenly, a figure flashed at the top of a tree. Yi Yuan condensed Yu Mengli's image with divine essence. But his words were asked at the abyss monster who ambushed him previously with a divine soul brand. He had also asked before those Empyrean-level abyss monsters previously, but those abyss monsters did not know at all. Now, encountering these stronger abyss monsters, Yi Yuan asked once more. "Ha ha ha, human brat, why should this Empyrean answer your question? Become this Empyrean's snack obediently. If this Empyrean is happy, maybe I'll tell you." That sixth firmament Empyrean powerful existence said with a loud laugh. This abyss monster's aura was the strongest. Clearly, it was the leader of this group of abyss monsters. Sixth firmament Empyrean could virtually sweep across the Empyrean powerhouses present. This punk actually didn't die, Li Yu said in shock. He knew how terrifying that strike earlier was. Furthermore, it was even a sneak attack. If it were him, he also did not have absolute confidence in avoiding. Yi Yuan was actually completely unharmed. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and put away Li Yu's image, and said coolly, "Then, there's only beating until you all say it." The abyss monster leader laughed loudly and said, "Arrogant and conceited brat, just based on the likes of you all, these lowly humans, you also want to beat us in. Oh, blee abyss monsters?" Yi Yuan ignored him, but he shouted at Li Yu and the rest, "Hey, do you all want to die or live?" Li Yu's face fell and he said in a cold voice, "Rubbish. Plus of course it's want to live. But just based on you, what right do you have to say such words?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "If you want to live, don't resist, do as I say. If want to die, then just take it as I didn't say anything." Chapter 2186, Pummeling. Chapter 2186. Pummeling. The faces of the group of Empyreans all changed irregularly. A second firmament Empyrean asked them if they wanted to die or live. This scene was rather comical, but the circumstances were more persuasive than rational thinking. At present, it already reached the moment of life and death. It did not allow them to be wayward. The choice determined the outcome. Was it to believe Yi Yuan or to fight to the death? Li Yu had a very conflicted face. He disliked Yi Yuan's ky appearance greatly. But he was similarly clear that with the current situation, they probably could not even escape if they wanted to. "Brother Yi, I'll listen to you. At this time, Zheng Yufeng was the first to step forward and fervently support Yi Yuan. He knew that the time left for them was already not much. "Little brother, hope that you don't scam us." Another person stepped forward. "Little brother Yi, this Empyrean is handing this old life to your hands." Facing the terror of death made everyone make a decision very quickly. In a certain death situation, everyone could only choose to believe Yi Yuan. Li Yu's expression flickered incessantly. Finally, he gritted his teeth and also said, "Brat, if you dare to scam this Empyrean won't let you off even if I become a ghost too." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and suddenly fished out a large bunch of golden needles. When everyone saw the situation, their faces could not help changing. What did this kid want to do? "I'm going to poke you guys a bit. Don't resist. Otherwise, I can't answer for the consequences," Yi Yuan said coolly. Li Yu's two eyes narrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Brat, you wouldn't be wanting to stab the acupoints with a golden needle, right?" Yi Yuan nodded slowly and said, "That's right." Li Yu's face fell and he said, "Nonsense. So many of us, by the time you finish applying the needles, the flowers would have turned yellow. Are you freaking SCREWING with us?" Hearing Li Yu's words, quite a few people revealed unhappy look. Clearly, they all felt that they were being made fun of. The Abyss Monster leader also laughed loudly as it said, "Ha ha, kid, just based on a few needles and you want to deal with Abyss monsters?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Who said that I'm going to apply the needles one by one? I said, don't resist, otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. It's coming." Everyone's hearts turned cold, only to see Yi Yuan need seals. Several hundred streams of golden light turned into flowing light, dancing wildly in the darkness. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In one breath, several hundred streams of golden light flashed and disappeared. The group of Empyreans only felt like their bodies were being bitten by several ants. Then, a boundless power emerged from every pore on their bodies. What powerful strength! I feel like I'm already invincible under the heavens. This is Golden Needle's piercing acupoints method? Truly too amazing. "Ha ha, you bunch of trash, come over and fight with Grandpa." Each Empyrean's body erupted with a fearsome aura. Just like their strength instantly increased by one realm. Li Yu felt that power coming from all over his body and felt like he could contend with 7th Firmament Empyreans. At this moment, his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became incomparably surprised. In an instant, controlling several hundred golden needles and accurately stabbing into the acupoints of every Empyrean's body without error, what kind of terrifying control was this? Although he was not an alchemist, he also knew that this kind of terrifying control was not what ordinary alchemists could achieve. Golden needle piercing the acupoints method, the strength, divine essence, soul force, as well as precision, so on and so forth, the things that needed to be paid attention to were far too many. Furthermore, among the Empyreans present, each person's strength was different. Each person's realm was different. The situation was incomparably complex. It could be said that how to apply the needles for each person had to be tailor-made. Golden needles piercing the acupoints method was an extremely dangerous method. The difference in millimeters was something that could be fatal. But Yi Yuan drafted up a set of acupuncture outline for everyone in such a short time. Even if an 8-star alchemy god came here, it was also impossible to stimulate each person's potential so precisely. What kind of monster was this fellow? Those opposite were monsters. But this monster in front of them was even more terrifying than those monsters opposite. The Abyss Monster leader finally discovered a hint of something amiss. The auras of these Empyreans suddenly became very powerful. However, he did not feel that Abyss monsters would lose to weak humans. "Minions, kill for me! Tear these foolish humans to shreds!" The Abyss Monster leader bellowed. Under the word of command, several dozen Abyss monsters roared and charged over toward the human Empyreans. "Ha ha, perfect! Watch this Empyrean tear you trash into pieces. These human Empyreans all had their strength skyrocket, BRIMMING, with vigor and energy. They were just worried about having nowhere to vent it. Seeing the abyss monsters rush up, they did not retreat, but advanced instead, directly plussing over. For some time, the human Empyreans and abyss monsters fought and killed until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, with the void trembling. Liu abyss monster and actually directly charged toward the abyss monster leader. This leader was 6th Firmament Empyrean, even if he could not deal with a 7th Firmament Empyrean human martial artist. Exterminating 6th Firmament Empyreans was still very easy. But when Liu clashed together with him, he actually did not fall into a disadvantage. The human Empyrean powerhouses all seemed to have been injected with stimulants, and actually fought and killed until the abyss monsters steadily lost ground. This kind of horrifying strength fought until the abyss monsters cried out strangely. By the side, when Lin Chongqing saw this scene, he was transfixed. His strength was too weak. Stabbing or not stabbing him was irrelevant to the overall situation. Yi Yuan did not apply golden needles piercing acupoints on him either. This guy's means were truly inconceivable. At this time, he actually somewhat regretted following after. The more he came into contact with Yi Yuan, and the more he witnessed Yi Yuan's methods getting more and more, the more that he felt ashamed of his unworthiness. He currently even had a feeling that only someone like Yi Yuan was worthy of Yu Mengli. Him pursuing Yu Mengli was simply sullying her. Lin Chongqing shook his head hard, attempting to shake this kind of thinking out of his head. But it would not go away at all. In front of Yi Yuan, he grew less and less confident. These human Empyreans were the elites of the various Bodhidharmas to begin with, their strength far surpassing their peers. Now that their potential was stimulated, each and every one of their strength skyrocketed, and they could actually pummel same-rank abyss monsters. The originally certain death situation actually became a one-sided situation now. Especially the high-level combat powers, Zheng Yufeng and the rest, their strength was about the same as Liu's. Currently, they even rampaged in all directions, killing those 5th Firmament Empyrean abyss monsters until they were in a sorry plight. After they managed to find time, they joined Liu's battle group. 1 versus 1 became 2 versus 1 became 3 versus 1. The abyss monster leader nearly vomited blood at this time. But, even if he wanted to run now, he could not run away either. Under the pincer attacks of the few mighty experts, the abyss monster leader was getting defeated not long after. The devil monster leader's aura became weaker and weaker. In the blink, it was riddled with injuries, its strength being less than 10%. Leave it alive, Yi Yuan called out. Liu said with a cold snort, "This kind of monster, spare for what? Just kill it." As he said, he suddenly made a move and was about to slay the devil monster leader. "Immobilize!" A thunderclap-like voice seemingly shouted out from great antiquity. The few mighty experts were caught off guard and were actually immobilized at the same time. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the devil monster leader. "Poo work!" Yi Yuan directly plunged a hand into the devil monster leader's head. He grabbed the devil monster leader's tarnished black devil crystal,